Okay, I think streamer bot is fixed now. Should show both YouTube and Twitch, and it does. Okay. Easy peasy. I swear one of these days I'm gonna have a nightmare where I update Windows or something and then everything's broken. It's only a mattress of time. Okay, I kinda messed up. I was supposed to do my base coat for my nails, but I ran out of time. So we'll just go with no condom, no base coat. And I have not listened to any Sasquatch Chronicles in a while, so I guess I'll listen to that while I do my nails. I have been so out of the loop on that. Where is kill this? And let's find a big feet. I don't know if the intro song gets hit by copy strike, so we'll see. Let's see, what are the latest episode titles? Episode 1194, The Journey. Episode 1192, Sasquatch, the Fog, and the Haunted House. I kind of like the sound of that. I like Haunted House. Haunted Houses make sense for Spookyween. Episode 1188, it was not a Sasquatch. 1186, Sasquatch Valley. 1183, Hunting Guide's Experience with Sasquatch. I think we'll go with that Haunted House one. That one sounds like it might be the most appropriate. It might be super loud. Give me a second. Try not to get spooked. Try not to get scared. Ah!
By early 1776, tensions between the colonial patriots and the loyalists were escalating in North Carolina. The colony was politically and socially divided. In the early morning hours of February 27, 1776, near Moores Creek, North Carolina, the Loyalists attempted to cross the bridge. They were met by Patriot musket fire and artillery. The battle was over very quickly, possibly just in a few minutes. The Loyalists suffered significant losses, many killed or wounded, and a large number taken prisoner. The site was federally recognized relatively early, established as Moores Creek National Military Park on June 2nd, 1926. Strangely enough, around this time, people were reporting seeing weird entities and ghost-like apparitions, including a man in a Revolutionary War military uniform covered in blood on the side of the road. Many witnesses over the years have reported that when they approached him or tried to speak to him, he vanished. July 31st.
Okay, I had another nail polish, but it's hard to open because I let it dry because I'm a retard. So I'm gonna go with this. LA Colors Gel Glow. Can I get it to glow right now? Oh, yeah, that glows. Well, it glows blue, but the camera doesn't really pick it up. So this is my nail polish I'm going with right this very now.
2021. in Pender County, North Carolina, near the Moores Creek National Battlefield.
Pender County 911, what's the objective of your emergency?
I'm driving on 210. I just crossed the Black River.
Oh, I heard this earlier, like a week ago when I listened to this, but I didn't get to finish, which is rare that I don't get to finish. But I heard this, and this guy sounds really fucking spooked. I don't know what the heck. I'll let you guys be the judge.
And I thought I saw a guy standing on the side of the road bleeding.
Okay, where are you at, sir?
I'm on 210. I just crossed the Black River. I'm heading towards 53E. I just passed Patriots Watch.
Okay, so you're over near Moores Creek?
Yes.
Okay. And did you saw a man standing on the side of the road?
What the?
What was that, sir?
That's not human! That's not human!
Sir, are you okay, sir?
There's something in the back of my truck!
Okay, what's in the road?
No, it's not in the road. It's in my truck. In the bed.
There's something in the bed of your truck?
Yes, ma'am. I just turned on my bed lights for my truck, and there's something in my bed.
Okay, sir, when you say something, what do you mean?
I just knocked it off of the bed of my truck and went over my roof.
Okay, what was it?
That sounds like he's screaming for his life, if you ask me. I don't know if I've ever heard anybody scream like that in real life. I'll skip the intro because I don't know if it's gonna get copy striked. Bug. Okay, well, we'll start right here.
And if you get a chance, check out SasquatchChronicles.com. You can become a member and get additional shows. Let's jump into it tonight.
I suppose that guy being that scared kind of works in favor of spooky ween times, so... I don't know if there's any further info in this episode about what happened to that guy, but we'll see.
I want to welcome Chris to the show. Chris, thanks for coming on.
Thanks, Wes. I'm glad to be here.
Yeah, and tell me a little bit about your grandfather's property, and if you would, walk me into some of the things that happened to you out there.
In the end of the 90s, my grandfather died, and he had an 80-acre farm in Hendersonville, North Carolina. And after he died, we started going out to the property, cleaning it up, and we were getting ready to move into it. And when we moved into it, we just started noticing these strange things. A lot of the neighbors were telling us the house was haunted. They had seen this gray fog come up out of the lake, and it had chased a couple people off the property that were trying to fish over there. And I'd had an experience like that one time. And then we had some friends over riding four-wheelers one night. It was snowing. We were out riding around. School was canceled, and my buddy got separated from us in the woods, and his four-wheeler stalled out, and he started walking out, and something chased him out of the woods. He never saw it, but he said it sounded big, and it scared him. He didn't know what it was, but he was just scared from this presence in the woods. And when he told me about that, I told him about the fog ghost I'd seen, and we decided to go out camping in the woods to figure out what was out there. And this property was pretty big. We had a flat open spot in the valley that was about 30 acres, and the rest of it was mountainside. And we had a 5-acre lake on the property, and that's normally like where all the crazy stuff would happen, is on that lake and then towards the top of the mountain. And some buddies and I went out to go camping and just see what was out in the woods. And my buddy Marcy had brought his van for us to camp in, and we set it up next to the lake. We had us a bonfire, and we were just hanging out there talking, telling ghost stories, and it got late, and we decided we were going to walk up the mountain and see if we couldn't find what was out in the woods. Well, we didn't have any flashlights, so we made a couple of torches, got those lit, and started walking out the trail. And the lake was 5 acres, and the trail started on the right hand side of the lake, and it went halfway around the back side of the lake, and then it started up the mountain on an old logging trail. And when we got to the logging trail, one of our torches wouldn't stay lit, so we started taking it apart and making the first torch bigger. And while we were doing this, my brother's dog started up the trail without us. In about 20, 30 seconds after it went up the trail, it came running back, just yelping and barking real loud, like something had scared it, something had goosed its tail or something, and it was running out of there. And this dog ran past us, it ran past our camping spot, and it went all the way to our house, and you could just hear it yelping the whole way back over there. And we're sort of giggling, laughing, wondering what happened to the dog. Didn't think much about it, got our torch put together, and we started up the trail. And it's dark out, there was moonlight and stars, but not enough to where you could see. And the torch was lighting up the area around us, but it was flickering. It wasn't a constant beam of light shining out. And we're coming up the trail.
He's basically describing horror game flashlights where it's flickering off and on. You gotta shake the controller or whatever the fuck.
We're coming through a pine thicket, and it was all white pine through there that my grandfather had planted. And we were getting to the edge of the pine thicket, getting ready to get into the higher elevation with it'd be more natural trees with oaks and poplar and stuff like that. And we were passing this big pine tree. And as we came around the tree, you could see in the trail in front of us, something ran across the trail. And, you know, it wasn't enough light to make out the entire shape. You could just see something scurry across the trail, and you could see this grayish fur. It looked like it had a couple different colors in there, but it was sort of gray, and it was bulky, and it went running across. And my buddy Marcy, he just reaches over and grabs my arm, and he's like, "What's that?" And before I could say anything, we just heard this loud crashing up in the trees above us as something fell to the ground in front of us. And when it hit on the ground, there was just a big gust of air from it landing, and it blew out the torch. And we're standing there in the dark, and it just raises up straight up into the sky in front of us. You know, it just looms overhead of us, and its arms are outstretched, and it leans out over top of us, and it's just this dark mass that no light, you know, is passing through it. It looks solid, and we're just standing there petrified. And, you know, it's probably 10, 15 seconds when all this has happened, and me and Marcy turn around and we run past my brother and Adam, which were behind us in the trail, and that's when they see this thing standing in the trail. So we take off running, and, you know, we run probably 20, 30 feet, and Marcy stops wanting to go back and look at it, because, I mean, it was the whole point. We were up there in the woods, was trying to figure out what this was. And as I ran past him, I just picked him up and threw him over my shoulder and kept running, because I wasn't going to stop, you know. And we made it back to the van, and we're all just sitting there laughing. We're all terrified and scared, but, you know, we feel safe because we're back at the van. The house is just, you know, 200 feet down this trail through the woods. We got a fire. We feel safe. Everything's good. And we sit there, you know, we're trying to ask, you know, what did you see? And it's all the same thing. You know, we saw something run across the trail. Then something fell out of the tree, stood up in front of us, and that was it. We never saw any features other than just this dark shadow standing in front of us. And we go to bed, and we're probably asleep for about an hour, hour and a half, something like that. And I wake up, and you can hear something walking around the outside of the van. And me and Adam are in the back of the van, and then Marcy and my brother are up in the front of the van. And I whisper over to Adam, 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 and I'm not hearing anything back from Adam. And I finally get a little bit louder, and he responds back. He's just, go to sleep, doesn't respond anything like that. It's just, go to sleep. And I go, man, do you hear that? And he gets real quiet, and he's like, I don't hear anything. I'm like,
Don't hear nothing.
There's something outside. And he's like, I don't hear it. And I'm like, well, if you don't hear anything, look out the window for me. And he got real quiet, and he goes, I'm not looking out the open window. You look out the window. And I sort of got that reassurance that, he heard it outside too. The whole time we were telling him there was something in this.
I didn't hear nothing, but I'm also not gonna look out the window. You look out the window. That's a good meme.
In these woods, he'd never believe us, and now I knew that he knew there was something there, and it just made me feel better knowing that it was actually happening. So we went back to sleep. We got up the next morning. Justin or my brother and Marcy, they had been awake when me and Adam were talking in the night. They were saying they heard it too. They weren't saying anything because they were afraid whatever it was out there walking around might try to open the door or something like that. While it was walking around, you could hear it running its fingernails around the side of the van. And when we got out, we looked around the van trying to see tracks, and you couldn't see anything on the ground. But on the side of the van, Marcy had painted it like a zebra. It was a white.
Okay, if something were outside of my sleeping place, whether it's like a tent, or a van, or a house, or a sleeping bag, I would probably die of a heart attack.
70 Chevy van, and he had painted black stripes around the front, the back, and the sides, and all around the van through the black stripes you could see where the nails had scratched it off of the car, and you could see the white underneath it. And I mean, sort of, it was 25 years ago, and I'm getting the tingles and the chills telling this story, and it was crazy.
Word to the wise, do not do this to me. If you are a person, you will get shot multiple times.
Crazy. And it led to us going out there multiple different times over the next few years, just, trying to figure out what it was out there. We would see stuff, and then it would be gone. And we just started calling them ghosts because that's what we believed in up here was, the devil and ghosts and spirits and stuff like that. And it wasn't until I started listening to your show that I was like, hearing the details of how the Sasquatch stands straight up. It don't bend over. It don't push up off the ground. It just sort of raises straight up out of the air or out of the ground. And then the dogs getting freaked out by stuff. And then Sasquatches circling tents and running their fingernails across it and stuff. And it was just those things that started making me look at this at a whole different light.
That is a terrifying night. When this creature fell out of the tree, how far away from you guys was it?
It landed right in front of us. So, I mean, that torch stick I had in my hand might have been 3 feet long. So within 6 to 10 feet, something like that, it was just real close. And I mean, you couldn't smell anything. I didn't hear anything other than it sort of grunting a little bit when it hit the ground. And then, we didn't stick around long enough for anything else after that.
That is an interesting observation. He did say it was 25 years ago, but the fact that the only thing he heard was it grunting as it hit the ground, not that he heard it landing or even a thud when it hit the ground, but the creature itself making a sound. Interesting.
I wanted to ask you, Chris, so was there an actual haunting going on in the home, or was it all this weird stuff going on around the property that made you think it was haunted?
Well, there were hauntings in the house. You would be sitting in the house, and the house was built back in the early 1900s, and it had been in my family for at least three generations. And you would be sitting in the downstairs where the property had been in the family for three generations. You would be sitting in the house, and upstairs there was an old game called jacks, and it was these little metal pegs and a ball, and you would bounce the ball and try to grab as many of the little metal pegs while the ball was bouncing. And that's what it sounded like somebody was playing up there. You'd hear the ball bounce, you'd hear the little metal pegs roll across the floor, and then you'd go up there and look, and there'd be nobody there. You'd set mouse traps, you'd never catch mice. There were parts of the house that you could walk into, and the air would just be colder. The hairs on the back of your neck would stand up, and you could just feel somebody in there staring at you. We had incidents where the lights would flicker. I had one friend that came over, walked through the house, couldn't find anything, went downstairs looking for us, couldn't find us. And when he came back upstairs, we were all sitting in the living room, and he's like, I just walked through this entire house looking for y'all, and y'all weren't here. We're like, we've been sitting in here watching this movie for the past hour. We've just seen you, you know? It was a bunch of weird stuff that, like, we just assumed the whole property was like that, you know?
And I know you said this was your grandfather's home or grandparents' home. Did you ever talk to them? I mean, did they ever experience this?
My so my grandfather and my grandmother got divorced, and it was a very bitter divorce. And like anytime my grandmother would talk about my grandfather, she would just call him evil, mean, and dirty, you know. Every time that I was around my grandfather, he was a harsh, stubborn old man that had his rules and wanted it done his way. But I never saw any evil or nothing like that out of him. So I always just assumed grandma was spiteful over the divorce, you know. But after he died, I started hearing other family members start mentioning, you know, about there being something evil on that property. And even when I was a kid and we would go over there and visit him, he would send us out to the lake to go fishing, and he'd be like, watch out for them boogers out there, you know? And I just always assumed it was grandpa telling us to be safe, but messing with us at the same time.
Yeah, it's odd. Your grandfather would say, watch out for the boogers. Did you get the impression maybe he had seen them?
Yeah, I'd say it's pretty possible because he was a hermit. He lived through the Great Depression, and he would scrounge and save every piece of trash that you would think was trash, but to him it had a purpose. And he would go to the grocery store and buy up all the out of date produce. And if he didn't eat it, he would throw it out in the yard.
Nothing more painful than missing that little tiny spot. Look. Que lástima. Fuck, it won't even get in focus.
And then he would tell us he was just feeding the animals, you know?
Yeah, it makes you wonder what he was actually feeding. There's many accounts of them with their nails scratching windows or scratching the side of the home. And, you know, I don't know if they're trying to get people's attention or what. And I know that you don't know and I don't know, but what do you make of that behavior? I mean, if it wanted to run you guys down, it could have, but it didn't. And instead, it comes up to the van where you guys are at, and it's almost like tormenting you. What do you make of that behavior?
Originally, to me, I thought it was a witch walking around outside. I thought we had went into the woods and discovered some witch, and she had followed us back. It was terrifying to me, you know, like one of those, I know you're here, but I can't get to you, you know. I grew up in a Baptist church, you know, and I guarantee I was probably sitting there praying to Jesus the whole time it was walking around us, you know. I mean, as a young kid, I didn't put much stock into that, but every time I was scared, I wasn't afraid to pray. I don't know. Like over the years, as we interacted more with whatever it was out there, it almost became a game between us. You know, we were trying to find it, it was trying to scare us. And I mean, there were other times that we saw it out there for, like, there was another night we were out there camping, and
He mentioned he thought it was a witch, and I wonder if they were aware. I forgot how old he's. I think they were teenagers, he said. But I wonder if he's aware of the story of the Junakwa, who is like a big feet who kidnaps children. And I do believe that same sentiment has persisted, which is why his grandfather told him to watch out for the boogers. So maybe that might have been what that big feast was trying to do. I'm not sure. Interesting correlations and connections going on here.
me and another friend were coming out to the bonfire, and it looked like our other two friends were wrestling around the bonfire. And when we shined our spotlight over on them to get a better look, we realized our two friends were sitting down next to the dying coals of the fire, and this big gray thing was standing over top of them with its arms out like it was getting ready to grab them up.
Ah.
And when we put the light on it, it turned towards us, turned around, took 3 steps, and disappeared. And then we didn't see anything else for the rest of the night. And that started at the first of the night.
Yeah, that is really scary, especially with how close it was to your friends. Did anything else happen on that property?
That, like I said, we would go out in the woods and we would hear them running through the woods. We would see little blurs and stuff. But the only like other big incident that I remember happening, we had heard how you could get pictures of orbs, and not like the glowing balls of light, but you could take an old disposable camera, take a picture, and when you got it developed, you were supposed to be able to pick up the essence of a ghost in them pictures or whatever. And we went out into the woods and we were taking pictures without the flash, and we ended up taking a couple of pictures of us out in the woods with the camera. And there was one picture that I took. I was standing on the steep side of the slope looking down the slope at my friend, and I took a picture of him. And when we got the picture developed, you could see him in the picture, and his eyes were red from the flash. And above his shoulder, about 2 more feet in a hole in the trees, you could see these glowing red eyes they were shining from the picture too, except they were a little bit wider apart. They were a lot bigger, and the red in them didn't look like the same red that was in his eyes. It looked more like tail lights or something like that, bright red. And it didn't make any sense to us because we're on the side of a mountain in the.
Okay, he said it was in a hole in a tree. Could that be an owl? I imagine their eyes are much bigger. Do owl eyes or appear red in old photography? Owl eyes can appear red in old photography, especially when pictures are taken at night or with a flash. This red eye effect is due to the reflection from a layer called the tapetum lucidum behind the retina, which helps with night vision by reflecting light. In photos taken with flash, this layer reflects the light back, which can show up as a noticeable red or sometimes orange glow in the owl's eyes. The effect is not their eye color, but simply a photographic artifact from lighting and reflective structure of their eyes. Okay, let's follow up. What other animals who may live or shelter in the hole of a tree may have eyes that appear red or red-like in old photography? I guess it's not that old because he said it was like 25 years ago when they were teenagers. Oh my goodness, this picture looks so spooky. Look at this, guys. Look. Look at this. He's a spooky. Now this is some real Halloween vibes here. Several aminals that may live or shelter in tree holes can have eyes that appear red or red-like in old flash photography due to a reflected rabbits and hares. I guess he said it was pretty high up, about 2 feet higher, taller than his friend. So unless the rabbits climbed way up there, it's probably low probability that it is a rabbit. Opossums, that could be. Yeah, they can climb, right? Opossums, raccoons, bats, porcupines. He said the eyes were pretty further apart than his friends, so it's probably not a bat. Unless it's multiple bats, with each of them having one eye open, and they're separate. They're further apart than his friend's eyes, and they're probably as big as human eyes, maybe. Porcupines, squirrels, owls, foxes. I imagine out of all of these, probably only the owl's eyes might look big enough. But I don't think he mentioned anything about the size of the eyes.
Middle of the woods, there shouldn't be anything up there reflecting that, you know? But we never saw anything at night. We just found that picture a week or two after we had them developed, and we're like, what's that standing in the woods, you know?
Going back for a moment, Chris, when you thought your friends were wrestling and you shined your light and you saw this gray thing standing over them, how big do you think it was?
It was an easy 6-7 foot, something like that. In my head, I started calling this thing my grandpa because my grandfather was 6 foot 300 pounds. He was a big man, and I just started calling it Grandpa's ghost, you know. And he's just out there messing with us, you know. So it was big. It was huge. Like the one that fell in the woods in front. I've got a cousin that's 7'6". And this thing was taller than what he is. And, you know,
he has a cousin that's 7 foot 6 inches? Is he fucking Andre the Giant? What the heck?
every bit, probably 3 feet in the shoulders when it had its arms expanded out, you know? I mean, it was huge.
Does he have to, like, crouch to get through doors? Or, like, to fit into a shower? Or to fit into a car? What?
Huge. Not exceptionally tall, but just big and bulky for its height, you know?
Do you think whatever it was actually reaching to grab your friends?
I don't know if it was or if it was just standing over top of them trying to scare it, you know? It's just, that was the impression I got, was it looked like it was getting ready to snatch them both up in its arms, but they said they didn't hear anything, but they just got, suddenly they got scared and they went from sitting there talking and joking to where they were holding each other and both of them were crying and they didn't know why. They just knew something bad was out there.
And I know we'll get into more of what was going on inside the home, but a lot of times, Chris, I'll talk to people and they'll have these creatures on the property and they'll say, I thought the property was haunted. They'll have weird slaps on their home in the middle of the night. They'll generally see like glowing eyes, kind of like what you were describing earlier. Around this property, did you ever hear any vocalizations you couldn't place?
There was one night we were out in the woods and we heard some kind of yelping and yipping, and we didn't have coyotes in the area until like 2005, 2010. They became more prevalent in our area, and this being, you know, more like 2001, 2002, one of the people with us was like, I think those are coyotes. And, you know, it's been so long ago, I can't remember exactly what the yelp sounded like that we were hearing, but I remember thinking, I don't think that sounds like any coyotes I've ever heard before. That's the only vocalizations I can remember out there. I can remember a few times being out in the woods thinking I heard somebody saying my name, but knowing there was nobody around. That, I always attributed to ghosts or spirits or something like that out in the woods. But then I've heard where, the Sasquatch imitates people's, calling their dogs or something like that. So I don't know if that was what it was doing, because I mean, our mom used to stand in the yard and yell for us. When I got out of the Marine Corps, my parents had moved to Tennessee, and my wife and I moved into that house and stayed there for about 8 months. And, she would yell for me when I wasn't around. And every time I went into the woods, like after I got off work, I'd take the dog on a walk. And, while I was out walking the dog, I'd hear who I think was my wife hollering for me. When I got back to the house, she wouldn't be there.
Did the ghost activity ever stop inside the home? I mean, even when you and your wife actually moved back in?
No, when me and my wife moved in, we experienced the lights flickering and stuff like that. We sort of realized a pattern. I know it sounds funny, but our ghosts were early birds. If you got loud after about 9 p.m., that's when you'd start seeing stuff, like ceiling fans starting to spin with the switch pulled off and the light switch turned off, lights flickering on. And you could go to us, the ghost lived upstairs in the second story. And you could walk to the base of the stairs and say, "I'm sorry, we'll be quiet." And everything would quit, they would go back to normal. After my wife and I moved out, we had some friends that moved in, and there was a little.
That sounds familiar to me because having been a resident of New York City in apartments, it was quite common for the upstairs and or downstairs neighbors to bang on the floor if you're being too loud. So these ghosts, they were probably New Yorkers, and I don't remember which state he said he was in, but that's probably what was happening. They were just demanding them to be quiet because they're trying to sleep. Imagine that, you get turned into a ghost and then you can't even rest because of the humans who are being super duper loud. What?
Little girl that lived upstairs in one of the bedrooms, and she was probably 3 or 4 years old, and she would refuse to walk up and down them stairs to go up and down the stairs by herself. She would always yell for somebody to come and hold her hand and help her go up and down them stairs. Well, one day the dad was walking past the stairs, and he saw Stormy, that was the little girl's name. He sees Stormy walking down the stairs, and she's got one hand on the rail and her other hand's up in the air. And he goes, "What are you doing, Stormy?" And she goes, "My friend's helping me down the stairs." Well, they just wrote it off to she had an imaginary friend. He's helping her down the stairs. That's one less thing we got to do. Everything's good. Well, Stormy starts playing with her imaginary friend everywhere in the house. She calls him.
They unleashed the ghost.
Casper. And they just all laugh and joke and say, "Oh, it's the friendly ghost, Well, there's more weird things that start happening with Casper. At one point, Stormy's walking around talking on an old cell phone, and they ask her, "Who you talking to, Stormy?" She goes, "I'm talking to Casper." And they just sort of laugh and say, "Okay." Well, Stormy walks over to her dad and hands him the phone and says, "Casper wants to talk to you." And this guy looked at me and he said, "Chris, I know that phone was turned off. It didn't even have a battery in it." And I was terrified to pick up that phone because I might hear something on the other end of it. So when they told me all this, I called my mother and I said, "Hey, Mom, does the name Casper mean anything to you?" And she was busy, but she got real quiet and she was like, "Why do you ask?" And I told her, this little girl's got an imaginary friend named Casper, and they're living in our house and they want to know. She goes, "Well, I'll call you back in 30 minutes. Give me some time." And when she calls me back, she informs me that back in the early 1900s, we had a uncle, like couple of generations, it was like her second uncle or something like that. His name was Jasper, and everybody called him Casper. And he was found hanging in a tree on the property, and they never figured out if it was suicide or if it was murder. But she said that was his nickname, was Casper, and that he.
I wonder if they're gonna get the little girl to ask Casper if it was murder or suicide. We'll see. There's still about 30 minutes, 40 minutes left of this episode. Maybe we'll find out. Maybe not.
Lived on that property. And that really freaked us out when we heard that. It's like, well, is that who her imaginary friend is? And then the people that own it now, I talked to them a few years ago. And when I asked him about, you ever see anything strange in the house, he just cracked this smile, and his eyes sort of sparkled, and he goes, oh, I know what you're talking about. They're still here. And I was like, okay, and again, this was all back when I thought it was ghost and everything. So I'm definitely positive there are ghosts on that property. Bigfoot, I'm 50-50 on. I don't know if that was Bigfoot that fell out of the woods, but it sounds a lot like it,
Yeah, I agree with you. I think at first glance, it does sound like there was Sasquatch on the property, especially with its behavior. In the home, I'm assuming you think there's more than one ghost. Did they ever get violent?
No, nothing in the house ever got, like I said, other than the ceiling fans spinning real fast and the lights flickering and you're just freaking out. That was probably the most violent thing we ever saw out there. Other than just being terrified from something standing there with its arms up, it's not like it chased us. When I shined the light on that one, it just turned and walked away. When Marcy was lost in the woods, he said the thing never came out towards him. It wouldn't let him come down the mountain. It kept chasing him up the mountain, but it chased him up to a cabin up there to where there was shelter for him to get out of the snowstorm. There was a telephone to where he could call us, so it was almost like the thing was just like, get out of here. We don't need you here.
Yeah, and I want to come back to this incident you're describing that happened in 99. Inside the home, did you ever see an apparition?
Okay, well, if it was 99, around the... Or I guess that's the ghost story, not the Bigfoot stories. I don't know if that's the photograph that he was mentioning. Around 99, if those... he did mention it was a disposable camera. I imagine it still has a similar effect on red eyes for aminals, as described in our research here.
No, I never saw an apparition in the house. There was just always the feeling of a presence, especially upstairs. Upstairs, there was something about the upstairs that it just felt like someone was up there. You would hear the floorboards creak when nobody was up there. You'd hear doors open and shut, but I never personally saw anything. I've got 4 younger brothers. They all lived upstairs when we lived in that house together. And, they all swore it was haunted, but they never saw anything. It was just a feeling they felt when they were up there. It was a crazy property to live on. I mean, it opened my eyes to want to find out more about this stuff,
The reason why I was kind of curious if you had ever seen an apparition in the home, it feels like 2 different things going on. Like that first creature you ran into or whatever it was, it seems to be very physical. It drops out of the tree, hits the ground, and it's right there. I realize you didn't get a great look at it. It's dark. It's basically just an outline. And then the second incident, when you shined your light, it's that typical Sasquatch behavior of them turning away and kind of retreating. I want to go to this incident in 1999, but before we do, in your email, you talked about your grandfather's ghost kind of living down by the lake. Were you referring to the Sasquatch when you called them grandfather, or was it something else?
No, so before we moved into the house, one of the neighbors was like our second cousin. Whenever my grandfather had built a 5 acre lake, and he would not let anybody fish in it because he built that lake for his grandsons, and he was very stingy about it. And when he died, this cousin asked if she could go to the lake and go fishing, and my mom told her, "Yeah, sure, you can go over there and go fishing." Well, the next time we went out there to see her, she told us she was never going fishing over there again. And I was like, "Well, why not?" And she goes, "Because something chased me out of there." And we're like, "Well, what was it?" And the story she told me, she was sitting on the bank and she was fishing, and she saw this fog start to rise out of the middle of the lake. And she didn't think much about it because on cool summer mornings, a lot of the creeks and streams, fog come off of it. But this fog came up and it started drifting across the water towards her. And something about it just scared her. And she reeled in her line and she started walking away. And when she turned around, the fog was following her down the road away from the lake. And it followed her all the way to the tree line. And then it stopped. And she's like, "I'm never going back over there." And we had went back over there before we moved in, and we were cleaning up and doing stuff, and we were camping out by the lake. And my dad had sent me back to the house to get some stuff, and
This property just sounds more and more like a horror video game. There's these monsters jumping out of trees. There's this fog that's following them. There's ghosts upstairs. There's a friendly ghost who helps the little girl go walk downstairs. What?
I was riding my 4-wheeler, and I was coming around the corner of the lake when I saw this gray fog come up out of the water. And as I rounded the lake, I turned around and I saw it following me down the trail on my 4-wheeler. And I've got this thing in fourth gear and I'm winding it out, and this fog's just right on my tail. And when I get to the end of the tree line, the fog stops. And I ride my 4-wheeler up to the house. I grab what my dad wanted me to get, and I jump back on the 4-wheeler. And I'm like, I've got to go back out there. But that fog's sitting right there at the beginning of the tree line. So I fire up the 4-wheeler, I get going fast, and I barrel right through the fog. And when I turn around and look over my shoulder, it's following me back out to the lake. And when we get to the lake, I take the left trail to go around one side of the lake. And when I take the left trail, I'm like, all right, my dad's up here. He'll see this. He'll know I'm not messing around, and everything will be okay. And when I turn around and look, that fog follows me back to where I make my turn, and then it just goes back out over the lake and settles back into the lake. So that was the ghost that I thought lived in the lake, was that fog. And that's what I was trying to tell Marcy was chasing him through the woods. But looking back now, I think those are two totally different things.
Was the fog like in a form? I mean, when I think of fog, I think of it being everywhere. Would you describe it? I mean, did it have a form to it?
It was more like a cloud of fog. So something that would probably be about 4 feet wide and maybe 2.5 feet thick from top to bottom at its center. And then it sort of tapers down to the edges like a little cloud you'd see floating around. You could see through it, and it just looked like a thin mist of fog.
And in your email, you had talked about that being kind of like the spirit of your grandfather. Tell me why.
Well, like I said, that pond he made specifically for me and my 4 brothers and my 2 other cousins on my aunt's side. And he would not let anybody fish in there. And he had some massive bass and brim because he built it, when I was a kid. He built it 10 years before I was born for my oldest cousin, and it'd been stocked ever since then. And I mean, people loved to go fishing there, but he was mean about it, and he made sure nobody but his grandchildren fished out there. And like, to me, it almost felt like he was playing with me, because that was the first time I saw it. I saw it every time I rode past that lake. That fog was hanging around, and I'd wave at him and be like, "Hey, Grandpa," and it would chase me for a little bit, and then it
one of the closest things that comes to mind, other than like, what would we call it? Like the warnings from Puritans who came here to stay away from the woods and stuff because of the spooky evil ghosts and witches and stuff. The only other thing that really comes close to this for me from my library of knowledge right now is in the Iliad. Is it only Achilles, I think? Somebody fights some spirit of a river. I forget if this is before or after Patroclus dies, or I guess before Hector kills Patroclus. And I think it might be that Achilles fights that river spirit out of anger and frustration. I don't recall. I spent more of my time reading the Odyssey, but that's really interesting that this fog has a bit of a form that's perceptible and identifiable as this fog creature thing, and that its resting place, I guess, is this lake. That's so interesting. As a New Yorker who's only really ever lived in a major city and hardly ever like lived in spent a night in the woods or anything, this is like just way out of way out of my realm of experience.
At its area, it was around that lake, you know. So to me, it felt like it was protecting the lake.
And I know from your email you had said your grandfather passed away in 97 or 98. You were in 8th grade. Prior to his passing, did anyone ever see that fog?
No, nobody had ever said that or seen it before. But like I said, he was a bit of a recluse. He didn't allow many people over there. It was a beautiful property, but at some point he just decided to quit taking care of it. It got real thick and overgrown. You know, he rented out the lower part of the fields to a tomato farmer that planted tomatoes and peppers down there. But for the most part, everything else was just thick underbrush. You know, you couldn't see much over there, and he didn't allow many people on the property.
Yeah, I understand. Tell me about this incident that happened, I think it was in 99 or 2000, that happened to your friend.
So it had snowed, and Marcy lived down the road from us. We were on the wrestling team together, and we had 3 4-wheelers, and I went and picked them up, and we brought them to the house, and we were riding 4-wheelers all day. And we had logging trails on the side of the mountain, and there were probably 20 miles worth of trails on the side of this mountain that just kept interlocking and interconnecting and running all over the side of the mountain. And it got late, and we were coming home, and we got separated. And Marcy took the wrong turn on a trail, and his 4-wheeler stalled out, and he got stuck in the woods. And I had rode on back to the house thinking he had gotten ahead of me and couldn't find him. So I was riding around the woods looking for him. And while I was looking for him, Marcy was yelling for me, but I couldn't hear him over the 4-wheeler. And after about an hour or so, we ended up finding him, and I went to go pick him up. And as we were riding home, he was telling me what happened. He said he had taken this trail and it dead ended. And as he was turning the 4-wheeler around, it stalled out and he couldn't get it started back up. So he started walking back out the trail towards where he knew he needed to go when he started hearing something in the bushes. And it never made any noise. He could just hear it moving around, and it sounded really big. So he started backing up the trail, and as he would back up, this thing would follow him. And so he'd walk up the trail some more, and then he'd try to cut around another side. And it was like it was flanking him and not allowing him to go down or to the left. It just kept pushing him up and to the right. As he was going up, he could hear music playing at the top of the hill. And he's like, well, there's got to be people up there. So he kept working his way up the hill, and the whole time, whatever was in the woods was following him up the hill. And when he got up to the hill, there was a log cabin, and there were some people soaking in the hot tub. And he yelled to the house, and they told him to come up and let him use the telephone. And he called and told me about it. And after he got done telling me his story, I said, "Man, that might have been my grandpa." And he looked at me and he's like, "What are you talking about?" And I told him my story about when I rode past the lake, how this fog comes out of the lake and chases me around. And he goes, "I don't think this was a fog. This was something big. This was something moving the brush. This was not a ghost." And I'm like, "Dude, it had to be a ghost. There's nothing else out there." And that's what led us to go on the camping trip in his van out there at the pond, was us arguing over whether it was a ghost or something else.
I agree with you, Chris.
Okay, we're gonna get ads in like 6 minutes, so I'm just gonna force it through right now, and we're gonna take a break before we continue. There's about 30 minutes left. So, I think I will do Q Wordle afterward, and then we'll get over onto other stuff. So, be right back. I think my nails turned out pretty good. It would have almost been perfect except for the fact that I just bonked them as I was opening the kitty food. I think it's this one. Look at this! Look at how they massacred my boy! So they're doing the egg. Oh, you can see that little dent right there, that little tiny neck. Where that sheen is. Rippy dippy. Rippy skippy. Okay, I am curious, however. I do want to let my nails dry a little longer before I start abusing them too much. We were gonna look for in the Iliad. What was the circumstance under which somebody was fighting a river spirit? In the Iliad, this occurs in Book 21 during the battle at the river of Scamander, also called Xanthus. Lord Xanthar? Achilles is driving the Trojans toward the river and kills many in the water. Okay, so that's how it starts. This angers the river god Scamander, Charmander, who rises up to fight Achilles in an attempt to stop his slaughter of the Trojans and protect the river and its inhabitants. Achilles leaps into the river and fights against the powerful river god, who causes waves and currents to thwart him. At one point, Achilles can barely stand against the rushing water and tries to hold on to a tree, but it is uprooted. Eventually, fearing for his life, Achilles flees the river, while Charmander, as a dark flood, pursues him. A dark flood? The gods intervene, and Hephaestus sends fire to assist Achilles by drying up the river and scorching its banks, forcing the river god to relent. This battle between Achilles and the river spirit represents a clash not just between mortals, but between a hero and a divine natural force defending its domain. Are there any situations that may have inspired this scene? Situations from reality that may have inspired this scene. Let's see if there are any other river or water spirit stories. There is no direct historical record suggesting that a real-life encounter with a river spirit inspired the scene in the Iliad. However, actual battles fought near or around rivers in ancient times may have influenced Homeric depiction of river-related combat. For example, battles such as the Battle of the Himera in Sicily, 311 BC, and various Greco-Persian wars involved strategic fights near rivers where the natural environment, including the water itself, played a significant role in the combat and its outcomes. At the Battle of the Himera, I'm assuming that's how that's pronounced, I don't really ever think I studied this before. In the Battle of Himera, the river acted as a natural defensive line and caused additional harm to the defeated troops having to drink its salty water. Similarly, Greek and Persian forces often fought in riverine terrain, which sometimes affected troop movements and tactics. These realities of warfare, involving rivers as natural obstacles and strategic sites, may have inspired mythological stories like the Iliad's depiction of Achilles. Okay. Since this depiction. Have there been any eyewitness accounts or testimony of some sort of river or water spirit haunting or guarding or I guess we'll do haunting or guarding a body of water in such a way that may be related thematically to this scene in the Iliad. Yes, there have been various eyewitness accounts. What the heck is this? This isn't a... This is from a movie. I don't even know what movie this is from, but I've seen this creature several times. The Loch Ness Monster's here? Bigfoot's here? What the heck? There's a kappa over here. It's a fork. What? That is not what I was expecting. I wonder if they're going to include kappas. Ow. There have been various eyewitness accounts and testimonies of river or water spirits haunting or guarding bodies of water in ways that thematically relate to the Iliad scene of a river god fighting a hero. These modern and historical reports often describe supernatural entities linked to rivers or bodies of water that appear as ghosts, spirits, or mysterious figures protecting or inhabiting those places. For example, at the McDowell Hole, I think I've heard of this one. Is this the one where there was like buried treasure there and then people were trying to find it? But I don't think anything ever came up. Is that what this one is? Or am I mistaking it for something else? At the McDowell Hole in Texas, there are multiple ghost stories and eyewitness accounts of a woman walking on water with a baby in her arms. She's walking on water. Is she Christ? With a baby in her arms, who frightens visitors and seems to haunt the watering hole. Witnesses have described chilling supernatural presences around the water, and people have fled in fear after encounters with this mysterious figure. The spirit is perceived as guarding or haunting the water area, creating a sensation of a protective or vengeful water entity. There are also other stories like haunted river houses and ghost sightings near rivers, adding to the theme of supernatural waterside guardians or spirits. These accounts, while from folklore or paranormal reports rather than classical mythology, echo the thematic idea of a powerful, possibly vengeful supernatural force associated with water bodies. Can you cite even more stories like this regarding spiritual activity or accounts near or connected to bodies of water? Let's see. Water as a spiritual conduit. Water is believed to amplify spiritual energy, making it easier for ghosts and spirits to manifest or interact with the living world. What the heck? Does that mean spooky ghosts are watching me take a shower? Cause the water is making them more spiritual, amplifying their spiritual energy? This is especially reported for lakes, rivers, oceans, and even small bodies of waters like bathtubs. Uh-oh. I called it. Like bathtubs or hot tubs. Oh, is that why they were doing a bunch of hot tub streams on Twitch back in the day? Because they were trying to inspire spiritual energy? High moisture and humidity near water can increase paranormal activity such as apparitions or cold spots. Interesting. I have never heard of that. Or considered that might be associated here as I started reading this. Interesting. Okay. Some cultures have believed drowned victims can become ghostly guardians protecting their waters from evil. Ritual sacrifices during bridge construction were meant to create perpetual water protectors. Eyewitness accounts. McDowell. Divers and fishermen have reported encounters with ghostly or humanoid water beings in underwater caves or the ocean depths. One story includes a diver photographing a spirit near the site of a drowning in an underwater cavern. How long is this? 43 minutes. I'll come back to that one later. Mermaid sightings around coastlines such as off the coast of Jamaica or the Black Sea feature stories of glowing women with fishtails who may have threatening or mysterious intentions toward humans. Wow, so they see a woman and they assume it's going to have threatening or mysterious intentions? Wow. These beings are often described as guarding underwater caves or territory. Well, that's not really as many examples as I was hoping for, but I suppose that's the start. Okay, let's keep going with this story, this episode.
It sounds more like the behavior of these creatures than, especially the ghost stuff you were experiencing in the home. Did anything else ever happen on that property?
I had a cousin that told me one time he had snuck onto the property without my grandfather knowing he was out there. He had snuck a girl out there, and they were making out in the car up on one of there was a clay gully on one side of the lake, and it overlooked one of the gullies overlooked where the pond was, and he had backed his car up in there, so if grandpa came out there, he wouldn't be able to see him from the corner of the pond. He would just look down the trail and not see anybody. And him and this girl were in there making out, and all of a sudden he felt something slam into the back of his car, and it pushed them to where the front of the car, the front wheels were in the water, and he ended up having to walk back to the house and get grandpa to come pull him out with the tractor. And everybody in the family talked about how Michael had gone out there, got drunk, and drove off into the lake, but Michael swore something pushed him into the lake. And I always thought, Michael got drunk and drove into the lake. And then, after thinking maybe this is Bigfoot, I'm sort of, maybe Michael wasn't drunk. Maybe something really did come out after Michael, because to us, the side of the lake where that gully was where we always found these things. It was never on the other side of the lake. It was always on this steep mountain side of the lake. And
The Bigfoot was just getting jealous. He wanted to get in on some of that action. It's like, what the heck? Save some for me. Room for me?
And, like, my curiosity made me look into it, and I discovered there is a local legend of a hairy man in the woods. It's called Boojum for North Carolina. And, it's a legend in Haywood County of a hairy man that ran through the woods, and he would hoot. And he had a love for pretty girls and gemstones, and he used to, like,
See, I said he was getting jealous. He wanted to get some of that action from that pretty girl, and he was just jealous. I called it.
back in the late 1800s, early 1900s, people would take baths in the creeks, and girls would report seeing them hiding in the bushes, watching them take their baths. And the legend says he found one girl named Annie that fell in love with him, and they had a cabin in the woods together, and he would go off looking for gemstones and leave Annie alone at the house, and Annie would walk through the woods hooting, looking for Boojum, and that's where Hootin' Annie's supposed to come from, is from that legend right there.
Yeah, I'll have to look into that term that you were saying there, Chris. How do you spell it? You said it was Booja?
Yeah, it's Boojum.
Yeah, I'll have to do a little research on that. Obviously, I know you don't own the property anymore, and the ghosts apparently are still there. Do you think the creatures are still there?
I would say probably so because, that area is still pretty much undeveloped. It's still pretty wooded back in there. The people that own it now, they don't allow a lot of people on the property. There's plenty of water, there's plenty of game. There's an apple orchard on top of the mountain where their area was that I would say the holler they lived in up there. My grandfather told me there was a cave up on the mountain somewhere. It was something I was always looking for when I was out in the woods, and I never found it. But I've been on the other side of that mountain and I found many rock ledges where there were caves and stuff. So I'm sure there's plenty of space for them to still move around up there. There's reports of pets getting attacked. They were thinking maybe a bobcat or something had attacked a German Shepherd a while back. We do have those around there. So, I mean, I think it's very possible because we've got black bear, we got turkeys, we got deer that are in the woods, and they thrive real good around here.
The other thing I was kind of curious about, Chris, is the ghosts. Do you think that they were the departed family members? And what do you think happens when you die?
See, that's something. All right. So, yes, I do believe most of the ghosts there are family members. Um, my mom's side of the family, there was a lot of strife and arguing and grief and pain. And I think that might be some reason why my grandfather's still here, some unresolved issue or something like that. Like me personally, everybody on my mom's side has passed away. My grandfather, my grandmother, my mother, and my aunt. And to me, I guarantee you their souls are in that house because there were some unresolved issues between them. As far as what happens after this life, I'm not really sure. That's an answer I've been looking for a long time because, not just what happened living in that house, just other experiences in life. This is more than just a physical world we live in. Are there other realms, realities, or dimensions? I'd say yes. Karma, do we come back around if we don't figure it out this time? Yeah, I think so. I think there's something more than just you live this life, you're dead, and nothing happens after that. Um, so I don't know. Maybe we'll figure it out one day.
I don't know.
Yeah, I
I will figure it out when I die. I'll report back. Don't worry, guys.
understand where you're coming from, Chris, and I appreciate your feedback on it. With regard to Sasquatch, I ask everyone on the show, what do you think it is? What's your take?
Sasquatch, I'm not real sure. To me, it's got to be something physical, but like I always, I always thought it'd be cool if there was a Sasquatch, and I'm in the woods a lot. Was in the Boy Scouts. I'm a Boy Scout assistant leader now. Both of my sons are in the Scouts. I'm in the woods every month at least with them, and I'm always looking for it. I'm looking for the fairies. I'm looking for the little people. I'm looking for this stuff that there's legends about, and I've never seen them, but I got a belief in them, and you know
I guess it makes sense from his perspective if he is of the opinion that there's more to life than what we physically, or I guess we'll just say the material world. It does make sense for somebody like him to have that perspective and basically be like a fox molder. I want you to believe and go looking for it. Which I think I'm somewhat in that, somewhat of that mindset as well.
Bigfoot. I don't know. I want to say it's something physical, but when that one was standing by the fire and it turned around, it took 3 steps and it disappeared. It was gone. It couldn't have. I don't know what it did. Maybe it laid flat and crawled out of there on its fingertips like people say they do. I don't know. But for a second, it made me think that wasn't real because it's not there anymore. So, yeah, it's got to be something physical. It's something real. I don't think it's coming in and out between realities. I think it's just knows how to hide real good from us.
I'm actually really glad that you clarified that, Chris. Because when I was listening to you and he said, "Oh, it took 3 steps and it was gone," I figured it, went behind a tree but it didn't really click what you were saying because you guys were in a field. And so when it turned and took those 3 steps, it just vanished.
Yeah, it was just gone. And I mean, the grass might have been knee height on a person. So yeah, it could if it could low crawl on its fingertips and toes straight, it could have crawled out of there. But yeah, no, it had another 20 feet to go before it got to a ravine or anything like that. It could have dipped into, and it disappeared way before that.
Yeah, unfortunately, I've heard that from many eyewitnesses, many credible eyewitnesses, and it makes Sasquatch a little bit more weirder than it already is. What a strange property to live on. Last question I want to ask you: when you and your wife moved out of that home, did any of the spirits come with you?
No, no, nothing has. I do drive past that property almost every day. Like I said, I'm trying to figure things out. When I get done smoking, I roll my own cigarettes and stuff. I do little tobacco offerings, and I sort of do this offering to appease my ancestors and the ones that come before. And I sort of hope that keeps any of that behind me, because I'm good with.
He offers tobacco to the spirits? I guess if he assumes that they're his ancestors, it's sure if he knows that they like tobacco. I guess that makes sense, but I don't know if that's what I would do. How about maybe some water?
This go around. I don't want to repeat this or get this stuck. I want to see what's next. So I'm hoping none of those are hanging around me. I haven't. There's been other places I've gone to where I felt those energies that I felt in that house, but that place is the most consistent place that I was ever at where I felt that stuff. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. That makes sense. Man, I'd like to talk to the guy who lives there now. I almost wonder if he's seen the fog.
Yeah. No, when I talked to that guy, you could tell that he had seen stuff, but he wasn't willing to go into it. They're very closed off people. They don't. Oh, I'm surprised I even got onto the property to talk to him. I sort of sneaked on. I discovered he had a Craigslist ad, and I bought what he had just so I could say, "Hey, man, I used to live here. Have you seen anything crazy?" So that was how I got to talk to him, and
What is this social engineering? He found a thing he was selling on Craigslist just to go talk to him? Wow. What is this modern internet Machiavellian social engineering strategy? What the heck?
it was a good time. We talked to him. He was real nice. I've talked to him a couple of times since then, but he don't really want to go into it that much. His wife is a very private person, and he respects her privacy. He's told me before he wished he could let me come over and go fishing on the lake with my boys, but his wife refuses to allow anybody over there.
Yeah, it's kind of a shame they won't let you on there.
Okay, well, I have to cut it there for the music, but that's really interesting. I don't think I've ever heard of anything this specifically about like a fog, a creature emerging from what was it, a pond, a lake, did he call it? A certain body of water. That's really, really interesting. Another thing that kind of popped up in my mind, the first thing was the Lady of the Lake, for instance, but I'm pretty sure that's more of a particularly humanoid form rather than like a spiritual, foggy, ghosty kind of thing. So that's interesting. I think I did a decent enough job here with the nails. I think they're pretty good. They should be all good and ready to go for the things that I have planned. Okay, let's go ahead and do Q-Whirl. I haven't done this in a while. I really should do this more, but I just don't. Let's start with Ghost. Fuck. How about River? We use 2 R's. All the other letters are fine, I think. Lakes. Laked. Is laked with a D? Or leaked. Fuck. Pond, no. Pond, lake, river. What's another body of water? Ocean? Ocean fits. Yeah, that looks good. Let's do ocean. Okay, that gave us a lot of letters here. Top right, CEA don't belong there in the middle. T belongs at the end. That's the best one. Can I brute force top right? Write this right now. Cadet. All of these letters would work. Let me try cadet. Fuck! Could it be like faucet? No. Okay, so A goes either first or middle. Or C can also be in the middle. Did we use the letter R? It can be react. R-E-A-C-T. It can be react. That's a possibility for top right. Okay, bottom left we have a couple thingies. D and E go third and fourth, and then we also have an N. And in nudes? Is that what the bottom left is? Nudes? No, it can't be nudes because there's there's no S. Okay, top left we have a C goes here. Something there. O. C. Crowd? No, there's no D. Crown? No, there's no N. Crop. Cringe. No. C something O. Crop. Close. Clove. No, there's no E. Clobber. Clob. Clock. That's a possibility. Let's try clock. Fuck! Now it gave me a cock! Shit. Okay, so the good thing is K goes at the end. Unlucky. Oh, like, I think bottom, top right is indeed react. That's what it's looking like. C and T are the end. No freaking way. It's not react. Okay, so E goes first. Something goes second. Then act. E. Exact. Unlucky. Okay, well. Oh, why did that take 3 guesses? Fuck. This isn't looking good. Okay, there's a R in the top left. So we have C. R can go here. R can go there. Croak. Croak? No, there's no A. So it could have been like crown. 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 I am not convinced that I know what this word is. There's an X in the bottom left. Something goes here. Oh, it can start with X, can it? No, it probably ends in Dex. What can fit here? Index. Perfect. Okay. Bottom right, we have R-E-I-D. None of these letters are where they belong. So D could be first. Oh, if I only have 2 guesses left, and I gotta guess 2 words. I think I'm fucked. Krauk. Clork. Quark? I am so confused. I don't know what top left could be. What the heck ends in K like this? Crop? Can the W fit there? No. York. Work. No, I think R goes second. C-R-O. And then something K. Crook! It's a double letter. Okay. Okay. We have 1 guess left for the final word. We figured out that R goes second. But I don't know that D doesn't go first. Crime. No. No, I was like wondering if it could be crime, but no, there's no C. Something can go here. R can go here. I can go here. Wait. E can't go anywhere but the very end. Okay, that's super important. D, R, I, something E. So this is a possibility. Or D can also go second to last. Tried. Pride. P-R-I-D-E. Okay, all of these letters fit. But what are my other options? I feel like this is it. Whew. Okay. I saved it. I saved it. That was so close to being disaster. Let me post this on Discord. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm actually really happy that I grabbed that one. That was literally so scary. So I basically got 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I got the words in all the last 4 guesses. Back to back to back to back. Phew! That was spooky. Okay, what I was planning to do was either maybe some art and or some pro-America stuff, but I don't really know if I'm up to it right now, so what can I do? Can I play a game, or should I do some Goosebumps is what else I had in mind as well. I think I'll start with some Goosebumps just to dick around. See if I can inspire myself here a second. Try to get past this feeling of being tired. I don't know why. For the past two days, maybe, I've only slept like 2 or 3 hours, and I don't know why. I wake up and I feel alert, and like if I've slept plenty of hours, I don't feel exhausted when I wake up. But I don't know why am I only sleeping 2 or 3 hours. You have to paint your other nails. That's for a different video. Let's see. Okay, let me see if I can. Every time I have to pull open the book reader, I always forget how to do it. Let me see if I remember book reader. I think if we run this, is it just CMD? Okay. npm serve, I believe. Oh, npm run serve. I believe Goosebumps should already be loaded. Okay, it's starting. Server starting. Okay. Let's see if I pull up this guy. Give me this IP. Fuck. Oh, what the heck? I didn't know I can list my books like that. But I don't think it's loading properly. Yeah, it's not loading the images for each page. Why? Okay, I think what I have to do instead is run or load the... Where'd it go? Do I put this here? Okay. I think this is working properly. Okay, yeah, this is fine. I do want to try again though. That spooky voice, the spooky skeleton. I spy haunted house, haunted mansion. Let's see if I can try to do that voice for a little bit until my voice gets too tired. I think the last is it this one? Teacher's Pet? Is this where? Yes, Mr. Blankenship. Yeah, that's the guy. That's where we left off, I believe. Strained peas. Yep. Okay.
Welcome to the game of Spooky I Spy.
I don't think I can do that for too long. Welcome to the game of Spooky I Spy.
Type in your name, then click go to try. A bug crawling up.
It seems like a good idea in theory, but I don't think I can do that. That's gonna kill your voice. It's kind of I'm already whispering too, so it's like a double whisper. Okay, I'll just read it. Although it would be cool to if my voice gets pretty hoarse from all my horsing around. Okay, so this is Tales to Give You Goosebumps. I believe this is chapter or the fourth story, third or fourth story. They're not at all connected, so there's no previously on Goosebumps. Okay, so here, if we're for those of you who are able to see, the kid who had this book was drawing a skateboard and then a ramp, and as the pages progress, the skateboard does a little jump. Oh, he bonked himself. Look, he's a sad face. Look, do you guys see the sad face? The skateboard turned around as a sad face. But I wonder if the reason that the kids started drawing this is because this little separation line here below the chapter title looks kind of like a skateboard. So maybe he saw that and he thought, you know what? I feel like thinking about skateboards. Let me go ahead and start drawing a skateboard animation. So maybe that's what happened here. The Goosebumps cinematic universe. I mean, I think technically there is like a connected thread between the Goosebumps episodes from the TV shows, but I don't know. I'm just assuming. Okay. Strained peas. My life changed forever The day Mom brought the new baby home from the hospital. My little sister is no ordinary baby. If only she were. I sat on the front steps with Mrs. Morgan, waiting for Mom and Dad to bring the baby home. Mrs. Morgan had stayed with me and Dad while Mom was in the hospital. I thought about the new baby, Hannah, a little sister. Yuck. I sighed and tapped the stick against the brick steps. Maybe what I can do actually, as the scary parts start coming in, maybe that's when I'll do the skeleton voice. Although, to be fair, it's already pretty scary because there's a baby, and babies can be quite expensive. It's one of those times where it might be useful and beneficial to not be able to get pregnant. Not like that's gonna stop me from trying. I sighed and tapped the stick against the brick steps. Wait, hang on a second. We need access to this. Oh fuck, we need a break in like 8 minutes. Or we're gonna get forced ads on Twitch. Let me see if I can finish this story in 8 minutes. Let's do a 8 minutes Goosebumps speedrun. Stop fidgeting, Nicholas, Mrs. Morgan scolded. Why don't you read your comic book until your parents get home? I opened my Iron Man comic book. Is he allowed to do that? Do you need the rights to mention another property like that? I don't think so, but let me just double check. This is me fact checking Goosebumps from 1990, whatever year this is. Plex City. If I write a commercial, a book for commercial sale, am I allowed to mention a large property that belongs to a major publisher, such as Marvel? For instance, can I mention that I am reading my Iron Man comic book? Because I don't see a TM here. There's no trademark after Iron Man. It's just Iron Man. When writing a book for commercial sale, it is generally allowed to mention a large property that belongs to a major publisher. This kind of reference is typically considered fair use or a nominative use of a trademark, as long as it is done in a non-defamatory, factual, and neutral way. Simply mentioning the property or brand name without incorporating the character as part of the story or using their image without permission usually does not infringe copyright or trademark. Okay. Well, I guess if he puts on a Iron Man costume for Halloween, then we'll know. Then I'll send a cease and desist. I'll snitch out R.L. Stine to Marvel. We'll see. R.L. Stine's work from like 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, however old this is, however old I am. I opened my Iron Man comic book and picked up where I'd left off. Iron Man has cornered a bad guy disguised as a kindly doctor. Unmask yourself, says Iron Man. Iron Man rips the mask off the doctor. What is this, fucking Scooby-Doo? Iron Man rips the mask off the doctor's head, revealing the hideous face of a mad scientist. Iron Man gasps. The mark of evil, he cries. Dr. Destro. I don't know if that's how that's pronounced. I assume so. Iron Man has never seen Dr. Destro before, but he recognizes the bad guy by the birthmark on his face. The mark of evil. Is this supposed to be like the mark of the beast? What the heck? I heard a car coming and glanced up. Dad's dark green Volvo chugged down the street and pulled into our driveway. Mom sat in the passenger seat, waving to me and smiling brightly. Mrs. Morgan gave me a little shove. Go on, she said. Go meet your new sister. Ugh, I thought. I was glad to see Mom, though. I dragged myself over to the car. Dad opened the car door. Mom stepped out, carrying a little bundle in her arms. She bent down and said, "Look, Nicholas, isn't she adorable?" I looked at the crumpled red face in Mother's arms. A thin fuzz of dark hair covered her head. She had blue eyes and tiny, wet, red lips. No teeth. She waved a wrinkled fist in the air, then stuffed it in her mouth. I didn't think she was so adorable. I thought she was kind of ugly. But then I nearly choked. On Hannah's cheek was a tiny, brown, heart-shaped birthmark. No! I pointed to the birthmark and gasped, "The mark of evil! Just like Dr. Destro!" "She is evil. What the heck?" "Cut it out, Nicholas," Dad said sternly. "This is no time for your crazy comic book talk." He turned his back to me to gawk at Hannah. "She's perfect," Dad said, giving Mom's shoulders a squeeze. How could he be so stupid? I picked up my comic book and pointed to the mark on Dr. Destro's face. "Look!" I cried. "Hannah has a birthmark like Dr. Destro's. It's a sign of evil." Mom smiled vaguely at me. "Don't be silly," she said. She carried the baby inside, and the rest of us followed her. Soon, Grandma and Grandpa came over, and Aunt Julie and Uncle Hal. They oohed and ahed every time Hannah burped or hiccuped or cooed. It was disgusting. "Look at that! She blew a bubble." "She's a genius." "Dory, darling, let me hold her for a few minutes," Grandma begged Mom. But Mom said, "Let Nicholas hold her. He's her big brother after all." "No," I said, backing away. "That's okay." "Oh, come on, Nick. You'll like it." Mom smiled and put Hannah in my arms. She showed me how to hold her. Hannah burped. Everyone laughed. As I held her, I thought, she's sort of cute, I guess. Maybe I got a little carried away with that mark of evil stuff. After all, comic books don't come true, and Hannah's just a baby. But, like I said, she was no ordinary baby. I swear I saw something glint in her dark blue eyes. That little heart-shaped birthmark on her cheek seemed to darken. Then Hannah opened her mouth wide and threw up all over me. "Ugh!" I cried. I was covered with a milky white glop. It's her TikTok slop, that's what it is. Mom quickly took the baby. Hannah started crying. "Poor little Hannah," Mom said. "Poor little Hannah. I was the one she threw up on. And she did it on purpose. I knew she did." Okay, there's a break in the chapter here, so I'll go ahead and play the ads right now. We'll go for a 3-minute break. We'll be right back and see what kind of evil and mischief this baby will get up to. Be right back. Try not to get scared. Where the heck's my music? Okay. So, previously on Goosebumps, the little baby threw up on. The little baby did a TikTok slop attack on the hero, Nicholas, who has the gift of perception, and he is aware that the baby has the what is it called, the mark of evil, the mark of Cain. So let's see how this great battle progresses. That night, the howling began. A horrible sound woke me up, a loud, screeching wail. What was that noise? Oh, wait, hang on. I skipped a sentence. I sat up in bed, shaking. My eardrums rattled in my ears. What was that noise? I got out of bed to see what was going on. Mom was walking Hannah up and down the hallway, patting and shushing her. But Hannah didn't stop screaming. She sounded like some kind of wild animal in pain. Mom, what's wrong with her? I asked. Nothing, Mom replied. It's just a normal baby sound. Go back to sleep. I didn't get any sleep. Hannah never stopped crying. That's no normal baby sound, I thought. No one can tell me that terrifying screech is normal. Hannah's wailing continued night after night. Each night was worse than the last. Wild screams that even the neighbors could hear. Monstrous screams. When Hannah started crying, the neighborhood dogs threw their heads back and howled along with her. I could swear I saw her birthmark grow just a little. A few months passed. Hannah learned to crawl early. Mom and Dad thought that meant she was smart. I knew better. She had a mission. She wanted to be an only child. She wanted to be an only child. She wanted to get rid of me. The crying didn't get rid of me. The puking didn't get rid of me. But Hannah had other tricks up her little terry cloth sleeve. One morning before school, I found Hannah in my room, chewing on something. She held a bit of paper in her hand. When she saw me coming, she tried to stuff it in her mouth. I snatched it away from her. "Oh no!" I cried. "My math homework!" Or what was left of it. Mostly just my name and the date, covered with drool. Hannah had eaten my homework. Hang on a second. Does that mean she's like a dog because the dog ate my homework? Does that mean, is he calling her a bitch? Is that what's happening here? Is that a little thing here for the adults that R.L. Stein wrote us in here for? She swallowed and smiled that evil smile. Ha ha! Her smile seemed to say, "Gotcha!" "Mom!" I called. "Hannah ate my homework!" Mom swooped in and picked up Hannah. "She what? Is she all right?" "Mom, what about my homework?" Mom frowned at me as if she just realized what I was telling her. "Nicholas, you didn't do your homework, did you? And now you're trying to blame it on Hannah." "Mom, I'm telling the truth. Give Hannah an x-ray." I don't think you can see paper through an x-ray, buddy. Also, can you give babies an x-ray? Let me fact check Goosebumps somewhere. Is it possible to x-ray a baby Wouldn't the lead... I think it's lead, right? The lead shield basically cover the entire baby? Wouldn't that be like enough radioactivity to kill the baby? It is possible and common for babies to receive X-rays, okay, when medically necessary, and this is considered safe when performed appropriately. Pediatric X-rays use the lowest possible radiation. Fuck. The lowest possible radiation dose, targeting only the area of interest, the tummy, and adjusting settings for the child's size to follow with the Alara principle, as low as reasonably achievable. Lead shielding is generally not placed over the entire baby, as that would block the X-ray image needed for diagnosis. Instead, shielding is sometimes used to protect particularly sensitive areas like the reproductive organs, but only if it won't interfere with the picture. Okay, so I guess this kid's onto something. This kid might be smarter than that I may have initially interpreted. Meow, says Emoto. Hello. I hope you're ready for some scares. Try not to get scared. Mom, I'm telling the truth. Give Hannah an X-ray. You'll see my homework in her stomach. Mom shook her head. Nicholas, what is wrong with you lately? Later that day, my teacher asked me where is my math homework. I told her my baby sister had eaten it. She kept me after school. That's what I got for telling the truth. Wow, this kid is the ultimate victim. This is one evil baby. Nicholas, get in here. I want to talk to you, Dad called. I was playing in the backyard when his voice boomed at me from the upstairs window. I found Dad in my parents' bedroom. At least, I thought it was their bedroom. It was where their room was supposed to be, only it didn't look much like their room anymore. Normally, my parents' room was white. I mean, white. White rugs, white walls, white curtains, white bedspread. I wonder why the parents made the room white. Maybe they're trying to hide something from sticking out. That's white. I wasn't allowed to play in there, or eat, or do anything. They were always worried about all that white stuff. See, look! The room wasn't white anymore. It was multicolored. Paint splashed everywhere. Nicholas, Dad said, you are in big trouble. Huge trouble. Little jars of paint from my paint set littered the floor. Red, blue, green, yellow, and black paints were splashed all over the white rug, the white curtains, the white bedspread, the white walls. And in the middle of all of it, splattered with blood-red paint, Hannah sat laughing her evil laugh. You have 1 minute to give me an explanation for this, Nicholas, Dad said. Go. I didn't do it, I said. Hannah did it. Dad laughed sarcastically. Hannah did it. Hannah took your paint set, brought it all the way to our room, opened the jars, and splattered paint all over everything? Yes, I said. Nicholas, go to your room. But Dad, I didn't do anything wrong. Oh no? Go to your room and think about it until you can see what you did wrong. The story is spooky because of how unjust it is. It actually makes me mad. It's funny because there are several stories I've listened to of like, basically like this sort of gaslighting where, what's the one I'm thinking of? I feel like it was a school thing where like there was like a teacher, the student was in high school, and then this teacher had like a problem with this student, and basically made them out, painted them to be like an awful person, and ruined their reputation over stupid rumors that were untrue. And yeah, stuff like this does happen, and yes, it is frustrating. It actually is frustrating. So there is a bit of truth to this sort of story, in that people have experienced this sort of stuff. Maybe I should steal this this color palette from this dad here and just make the entire room white, and then everyone will think I'm an innocent angel. Oh no? Go to your room and think about it until you can see what you did wrong. Dad, Hannah did it. She did it on purpose to get me in trouble. You're playing right into her hands. Patches. You're playing right into Patches' hands to show up on camera. What happened? What's the mattress? What's that? What's that? What's over there? Oh, you're just gonna lay there? As much as I like that she's here and chilling, she's gonna step on my keys. She does all the time. I don't know if I can pull this far enough. Ah! Okay, well, I'll suffer here for a little bit. I'll keep the kitty cam here, like so. Dad, Hannah did it. She did it on purpose to get me in trouble. You're playing right into her hands. What the heck did I click? I clicked something. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, if the stream dies by accident, I clicked something by accident, or Patches clicked something by accident, and I didn't mean to. Dad gave me his stony glare. He pointed to my room. I went. There's no fighting Dad's stony glare. She's a monster, I thought. She's really a monster. But she won't get away with this. I'll find a way to convince them. Somehow, I'm not leaving this family. She is. The next day, when I came home from school, I heard terrible screams from the kitchen. Patches. It's a baby. Oh, that's what I did. I unlocked the camera source. I don't know how or why, but okay. What are you playing with over there? What's over there? I feel like I'm gonna bonk this keyboard. The next day, when I came home from school, I heard terrible screams from the kitchen. I ran in. Hannah sat in her high chair, screaming with laughter. My mother stood beside her. Mom, Hannah, the floor, the walls, all covered with green slime. What the heck? That's not food. Ow. Come here. Oh, she's a baby. She's a little baby. My mom, Hannah, the floor, the walls, all covered with green slime. Green slime oozed out of the corner of Hannah's mouth. Hannah had spewed green slime everywhere. She's a monster, I shouted. This is proof. What? No. You can electrocute yourself. You silly. No. She's a monster, I shouted. This is proof. Mom ignored me. Hannah, you naughty girl, she said. Strained peas all over the kitchen. Hannah banged her spoon on her high chair tray. More green stuff splattered on the wall. What's up? What's next? Where are you going? That's a good meme. You turn around just to go in the same spot. Nice meme. More green stuff splattered on the wall. Alright, it wasn't exactly green slime, but it was close enough. Strained peas. They're green and they're slimy. Mom said, "Nicholas, get a sponge and help me clean this up." "Why do I have to clean? She made the mess." "Nicholas, I'm tired. Just help me out, please." I stared at Hannah's pea-covered face. Okay, maybe that's not what you should have written here. I feel like if I'm reading this aloud, people are gonna get the wrong impression. Is this supposed to be like... Who was it? Was it P. Diddy? No, it was R. Kelly. Who might have a girl with a pea-covered face. Or maybe it's the President of the United States. I stared at Hannah's pea-covered face. Something was different. Her eyes were brown. "Mom!" I cried. "Hannah's eyes changed colors. I told you she has evil powers." Mom just laughed. "Most babies are born with blue eyes," she explained. "Sometimes their eyes change after a few..." "Mom, that's impossible. People's eyes don't change color." "Yes, they do, Nicholas. Some babies..." I grabbed her by the arms and tried to shake some sense into her. "Mom, you're losing it. Hannah's brainwashing you. She's trying to get rid of me. We've got to send her back before it's too late." "Yes, shove her back in. Send her back." "Patches is a baby." "Nicholas, that's enough. You've been jealous of Hannah from the beginning. It's time for you to get over all of this stuff and start acting a little more mature." I felt like tearing my hair out. Why wouldn't my parents believe me? How could I get them to see what Hannah was doing? Ow! Ow. What are you biting me for? Ow! What's that? What's that? It's the Patches the monster. The Patches the scratches. I think she just doesn't like some of my voices when I do weird voices. Sometimes she decides to attack. Oh, ah! I think she pressed space, but I think the stream is still on. Let's hope that remains. Okay, well, she's gone now, so Cam goes away. I guess you could say she's an Apache's attack helicopter. Yes, I call her the Apache. Where were we? Okay, he said, "We've got to send her back before it's too late." Okay, and then the mom said, "You need to start acting a little more mature." I felt like tearing my hair out. Why wouldn't my parents believe me? How could I get them to see what Hannah was doing? Mom started cleaning the strained peas from Hannah's face. The birthmark seemed to glow like a tiny spark. The worst was still to come. I was sitting in the den, watching TV, minding my own business. Then I heard a creeping sound. Creep, creep, creep. The sound of little knees scraping against the rug. Oh no, I thought, here she comes. I turned around to look. Hannah was crawling toward me, clutching a pair of scissors in her tiny fist. She crawled closer, closer, that evil gleam in her eye, the birthmark pulsing on her face. She was going to stab me. "No!" I yelled. I backed away. She kept crawling toward me, the scissors gleaming. This is it, I thought. My baby sister's going to kill me. "Nicholas!" My mom stood in the doorway. Then she ran to Hannah and snatched the scissors away from her. "Thanks, Mom. You saved my life, I cried. How could you do this? Mom said. How could you let Hannah carry around such a sharp object? She could have seriously been hurt. She could have been hurt. Mom, she was going to kill me. Nicholas, this is ridiculous. Mom, she's trying to get rid of me. She wants to be an only child. I think that's what you want, Nicholas, Mom said. I think we need to have a long, long talk. I'm not making this up, Mom. Why won't you believe me? You always trusted me before, until Hannah came along. The phone rang. Mom picked up Hannah and stormed off to the kitchen to answer it. A few minutes later, I heard Mom cry out, "Oh no! No, I don't believe it!" I hurried to the kitchen to see what was wrong. Mom was crying. She said, "All right, Dr. Davis. We'll be there this afternoon." She hung up the phone and cried some more. She gripped the wall as if she thought she'd faint. Then she stopped crying and stared at Hannah with a new, weird look on her face. A look of horror. At last, I thought, she believes me. The doctor must have called to warn us that Hannah is a monster. That was the hospital, Mom said in a slow, hoarse voice. They said that Hannah's a monster, I finished for her. Mom turned sharply to me. Nicholas, stop it. She scooped Hannah up and hugged her tightly, crying. I can't believe it, she said. I love her so much, but she's really not our baby. What? I was afraid I hadn't heard her right. It seemed too good to be true. Had Mom just said Hannah was not really our baby? Our real baby and Hannah were switched at birth, Mom said through her tears. Hannah is someone else's child. Hannah wasn't my sister at all. Her real parents were probably monsters too. It explained everything. Yippee! I shouted. I was free from Hannah's evil. Everything would be okay now. We'd get my real baby sister, and she'd be cute and normal like other babies. She wouldn't try to get rid of me. She wouldn't be a monster. Mom started crying harder than ever. She carried Hannah upstairs to her room and shut the door. I felt a little bit sorry. Mom was really upset. I knew Dad would be too. But they'll be happier when we get our real baby, I thought. And so will I. Dad came home from work early. We bundled Hannah up and took her to the hospital. A nurse introduced us to a woman who held a baby Hannah's age. Hannah's real mother. She had a tiny heart-shaped birthmark on her cheek, just like Hannah's. Monster Mom, I thought, even though she didn't look like a monster at all. The nurse gave my mother the new baby. It seemed weird to call the new baby Hannah, so Mom decided to call her Grace. When we got home, the first thing I did was check Gracie for birthmarks. She was clean. No birthmarks anywhere. She was a sweet baby. Blonde, blue-eyed. Oh no, you changed one monster for another. She was a sweet baby. Blonde, blue-eyed, smiling, and rosy-cheeked. She looked like an angel. She smiled and cooed at me. I watched Gracie carefully the first day, just to be sure. She didn't cry like an animal. She didn't spew peas or try to stab me. She did nothing but gurgle and coo. By the end of the day, I thought, she's normal. She's not a monster. She's not out to get me. She's even cute. Everything is going to be okay now. Mom put Gracie to bed. I sneaked into her room to play with her for a few minutes. I tickled her. She giggled. I tickled her again. This time, she didn't giggle so much. So I tickled her one more time. She opened her mouth and croaked, "If you tickle me again, kid, I'll rip your arm off." Her eyes bulged as she uttered a deep growl. "Ah!" Ah! I wailed. A monster! I ran from the room, screaming my head off. As I was leaving, I heard the baby cackle. I'll get rid of you, creep. Just wait till I can walk. Nice meme. See, I told you this one was a worse monster. I could tell because of the blonde hair and blue eyes. Oh, what the heck? You're spamming. Why is it spamming you when you put too many kuromis? I thought you would be able to bypass that as a VIP. How do I undelete? Oh, click to show. No, that's not what. That's what. I imagine if I do it. Okay, yeah, that works. I imagine if I do what you did, I'll be able to do it because I can't spam my I can't spam my own chat on the broadcaster. Oh my goodness! Did they just float there on the screen? Patches. Well, as you can see, be careful what you wish for because, yeah, you might exchange one monster for an evil worse one. Super duper evil. Okay. I kind of saw that coming. I don't know if you guys did, but I did. Uh oh, now this one might be about a big feat. Stranger in the woods. This ruins everything, Lucy, wailed Jessica when I called her to deliver the bad news. I can't believe you're getting shipped off to... What's the name of that town anyway? Fairview, I said, with a long, very sad sigh. I twisted the phone cord around and around my finger. I could just cry. I'm not usually so depressed. Actually, Jessica says I'm annoyingly happy most of the time. But finding out I'd be spending 6 weeks this summer with Great Aunt Abigail in her boring farm town was enough to put me in a bad mood forever. I mean, there's nothing in Fairview but tractors and cows and cornfields. I guess back in the 90s that would be pretty bad because you don't have internet or the computer or you don't have a Nintendo Switch or YouTube. Do you think the monster is Peterson at night, high on medication? I don't know if he would say that kind of stuff. I'll get rid of you, creep. Just wait till I can walk. Although, maybe Peterson can't walk anymore. I don't know. I think he's disappeared from a lot of public stuff with his recent health stuff. So maybe it's possible. Oh, this news story, The Stranger in the Woods. Do you think the monster is Peterson at night, high on medication? He's from Fairview, Alberta. I don't know where he's from. No, I didn't recognize that Fairview might have been where Peterson is from. That would be interesting, though. Why would Peterson be a stranger in the woods? What's he doing out there? Is he looking for some raw meat so he can do his carnivore diet? I mean, there's nothing in Fairview but tractors and cows and cornfields. I hoped that something exciting had happened to Fairview since my last visit to Great Aunt Abigail's 2 summers before. But when Dad pulled the car into town, the place looked even duller and drabber than I remembered. One grocery, a hardware store, a gas station, and a tiny library. We bumped our way down Great Aunt Abigail's long dirt road and pulled up in front of 25 Butterfly Lane, her small red brick house. I climbed out of the car and looked around. Fields and forests as far as I could see. Yes, he's from Fairview. Looks like I out-remembered you. I never knew where he was from, so You can definitely out-remember me if I don't remember or have memory or knowledge of the thing that we are testing the memory of to begin with. So yeah. I think that's typically how that works. I just heard a squeaking. Does Patches have a mouse? Says Paul Addins. No? No, oh, that was... that was the... That's the mic stand. The mic arm. That's what that was. Fields and forests as far as I could see. Great Aunt Abigail came running out, dressed in her usual flowered sundress and sneakers. She looked a little different than I remembered. A little older, a little more wrinkled, a little skinnier. She's a skinwalker. We all greeted one another. Then Mom and Dad followed Great Aunt Abigail into the house to have tea. I started to let my dog Mutster. That sounds kind of like a rude name, Mutster. That'd be like if your dog or cat was the runt of the litter, you'd call him Runter. I started to let my dog Mutster out of the car so that he could explore the yard. But the big brown mutt pulled back, his tail between his legs. Mutster, what's your problem? I asked. He acted like a big scaredy cat, whimpering and huddling in the back seat. When I finally coaxed him out with a doggy pretzel, he started barking really loudly and running around and around in circles. The thing you have to know about Mutster is that he never barks. He's really well behaved. That's why he was being allowed to stay in the Fairview with me while Mom and Dad went off on their big trip to Asia. I should have known something was terribly wrong as soon as Mutster started barking. But I guess I didn't. I just figured the big dog was excited. Then, when Great Aunt Abigail came outside to see what all the fuss was about, Mutster really went crazy, growling and snapping like a mean old junkyard hound. See, look, the dog knows this isn't no Great Aunt Abigail. This is a skinwalker. The dog knows something's up. Oh, dear Lucy, she said nervously. Why is he doing that? Maybe you should put him in the yard. I didn't want to tie him up, but Mutster was just going ballistic. So I tied him to a huge oak tree and ran back to the porch to say goodbye to my parents. Honey, I'll miss you, Mom said. You won't be able to call us because we'll be moving around so much, but we'll call when we can and send you lots of postcards. After a lot of hugs and kisses, my parents were off on their trip. I waved sadly until their car disappeared down the long driveway. What a boring summer this was going to be, I thought glumly. I had no idea how wrong I was. Great Aunt Abigail did her best to cheer me up. I have a surprise for you, dear, she said. Your favorite cookies. Cookies? I'd almost forgotten that Great Aunt Abigail made the best peanut butter fudgies in the world. I took a cookie off the tray she offered. Still warm and soft from the oven, I bit into it eagerly. It was chewy and fudgy and peanut buttery. But something was wrong. Something didn't taste right. Was it too salty? Were the ingredients different? How weird, I thought. Great Aunt Abigail's cookies were always perfect. Yeah, it's a skinwalker, it's a skinwalker, it's a skinwalker. I could see her watching me eagerly, so I finished the cookie and pretended to love it. Then I jammed a few cookies into my pocket and threw on my denim jacket. I'm taking Mutster for a walk, I called out, just to relax him. Have fun, dear, she said, but stay out of the woods, okay? That's weird, I thought. She never warned me away from the woods during my other visits. Mutster and I had a nice walk in the sloping green fields. At times, the dog seemed as calm and playful as ever. But then he would start barking excitedly again, for no reason at all. I couldn't get to sleep that night. Maybe it was because Munster had to spend the night outside as punishment for his constant barking. At home, he always slept at the foot of my bed. I tried reading a book, but that only made me feel more awake. So I gazed out the window and counted the stars. And that's when I saw the frightening lights. In the purple night sky, 6 lights forming a circle. At first, I thought they were super bright stars because they were up in the sky. But then I realized they were moving, lowering slowly to the ground. It's what's it called? It's Talons from the outer space. As I stared with my mouth hanging open in amazement, the lights hovered over the woods on the other side of Great Aunt Abigail's cornfield. I felt their light washing over me, brightening my whole room, bright as daylight. It's funny because I've been recently rewatching the X-Files, and that first episode is the aliens or some lights. I guess it is technically aliens, but they don't say it. But there's just spooky lights like this in the sky, in the middle of the forest. I felt their light washing over me, brightening my whole room, bright as daylight. Then, slowly, the circle of lights lowered into the woods, and it became dark again. A cold shudder shook my body. What had I just seen? I crept down the hall to Great Aunt Abigail's room and called softly outside her closed door. But she had always been a sound sleeper. She didn't wake up. Back in my room, I could hear Munster down in the yard, barking furiously. I shut the window tight. How would I ever get to sleep? That's the neat part. You don't. Do you know what those lights are out in the woods? I asked Great Aunt Abigail as I sat down to breakfast. She narrowed her eyes at me. I thought I saw her cheeks go pink. Lights? What lights, dear? How do you want your eggs? Scrambled, please. There were about 6 lights, all in a circle. They were so weird. Don't worry, dear. I'm sure it's just reflections or something. Have you fed Munster? Why is she so eager to change the subject? I wondered. Why does she seem so nervous? Her scrambled eggs tasted different, too. Not as fluffy and fresh-tasting as in the past. After I ate, I took Munster his breakfast, a bowl of dry dog food. Then I sat on the lawn, talking to the dog and staring at the woods, hoping to see something, anything, that might explain those lights. Thinking about those lights made me feel strange. You know how your stomach feels after you've eaten 5 slices of pizza? That was it, only more nervous and fluttery. So she's feeling full. That's what she's talking about. She's feeling full, and that makes her nervous. My stomach felt even funnier after Great Aunt Abigail and I took a drive to the hardware store. Did I say drive? It was more like a roller coaster ride. To my shock, my usually careful great aunt drove like a maniac. We almost clipped the mailbox on the way out of the driveway. Then she kept weaving from lane to lane and whizzing right through stop signs. I held onto the dashboard, too terrified to scream. I got my voice back when we finally pulled over on Main Street. Aunt Abigail, I cried breathlessly. Is there something wrong with the car? Why are you driving like this? Like what? She replied innocently. The only thing more frightening than the drive to town was the drive back to the house. By the time we returned, we'd gone through 2 red lights, terrorized a farmer on his tractor, and missed a parked car by an inch. Great Aunt Abigail didn't seem to notice that anything was wrong. My heart still in my mouth, I leapt out of the car and staggered over to Memester. He wagged his bushy brown tail and licked my face as if I'd been gone for 10 years. But he stopped in mid-lick when Great Aunt Abigail climbed out of the car. Grrr, he growled ferociously, straining at his leash. What is going on here? I asked myself. Why does everything seem so different, so wrong? I saw the eerie lights again that night, and the next night too, bigger and brighter than ever, hovering in a circle over the woods. As I pressed my face up against the window to watch them, I suddenly had a frightening thought. They looked just like the lights of the alien spaceship in my favorite movie, Attack of the Pod People. I tried desperately to come up with another explanation for the lights. Street lights? Not in Fairview. A plane? A plane couldn't hover like that, and I'd never seen a plane with lights that bright. I felt a chill down my back as I realized there was no other explanation. Aliens had invaded Fairview, and they were landing in the woods near my great-aunt's house. Wrapping my arms around myself to stop the chills, I found myself thinking about Great-Aunt Abigail. She seemed so different, so changed. Had the aliens taken over Great-Aunt Abigail's mind, just like the Pod People movie? I could hear Memester starting to bark down in the yard. Dogs have a sixth sense, I knew. Memester sensed that Great-Aunt Abigail was possessed by an alien. That's why he had been barking and growling at her. Suddenly gripped with fear, I turned away from the window. Was I next? Would the aliens come after me next? I had to get out of there. Run away. But where? Mom and Dad were thousands of miles away. Should I call my best friend Jessica back home? She'd think I was joking. Besides, how could she help? I needed someone closer. The police. Trying not to make a sound, I crept down the stairs to the phone in the kitchen. Great-Aunt Abigail, or whoever she was, had gotten there first. She had her back to me. She couldn't see me, but I could hear her. Don't worry, my niece doesn't know. Yes, I told her to stay away from the woods, and she won't know anything until it's over tomorrow night. My palms started sweating. Mom's spaghetti, and I got that itchy feeling under my arms I always get when I'm really nervous. All over? Until what is all over? The alien invasion? Until Memester and I had been taken off to some weird planet where they'd put us in cages? I had to get back to my room, and fast. I turned back to the stairs, but the floorboards creaked loudly beneath me. Great-Aunt Abigail whirled around to face me. I gasped, and my mouth dropped open in horror. My great-aunt's face was glowing green. "Lucy, what are you doing up?" Great-Aunt Abigail demanded. She took a few steps toward me. I suddenly realized I was terrified of her. Just going back to bed," I stammered, backing away. I hurried up the stairs, my entire body trembling. I closed the bedroom door tightly and waited to hear Great-Aunt Abigail pad up the stairs and go into her room. I knew I couldn't spend another minute in the house. I couldn't stay there with an alien from outer space. She said it! She said the aliens from the outer space! Frantically, I pulled on jeans and a sweatshirt. I had to get the police. I had to tell them about the aliens. But would they believe me? They will if I go to the woods and see the aliens first, I decided. I know, I wasn't thinking clearly, but I was having a major panic attack, and it seemed like the best idea at the time. I sneaked silently down the stairs and out the back door. I should have woken up Memester and brought him with me to the woods, but I was so out of my mind with fear I didn't even think of him. I ran across the backyard, heading to the woods. Nothing but darkness ahead. No lights hovering in the sky. What was waiting for me in that darkness? Were there really aliens there? I needed to get a glimpse of them. Just a glimpse, so I could describe them to the town police. The woods were dark, steamy, and wet. It was like plunging through a thick jungle. There was no path, and I had to push my way through, stumbling over fallen logs and marshy ground. As I made my way, I kept hearing rustling noises on both sides of me. Was I being followed? Was I being watched? As I stopped to catch my breath, a light appeared up ahead. Swallowing hard, I moved toward it. The trees thinned out, and I found myself in a large clearing. What were those sounds? Voices? Human voices? Or alien voices? I gasped as the bright lights washed over me. The white beam blinded me, captured me in a harsh spotlight. I shielded my eyes as the light hovered over me, closing in, covering me, holding me helpless. "Bring her here," I heard a deep voice order. I felt hands tugging me. I tried to pull away, but my captor was too strong. "You can't take over my brain," I shrieked. "I won't let you." "Cut the lights," another voice ordered. The harsh lights dimmed to black. I could see smaller lights all around. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I saw a man walk toward me. He wore a baseball cap and a long-sleeved polo shirt over jeans. "Young lady, I don't know what you're screaming about," he said, "but you can't just wander onto a film set. You just ruined the shot that took 3 hours to set up." "Film set?" I opened my mouth to reply, but no sound came out. "We asked the people in town to stay out of the woods," the man said sternly. "We're finishing our movie tomorrow. Then we'll be out of here." Movie? I took a deep breath, trying to get myself together. Suddenly, I heard dogs barking. "The dogs are ready," a young woman carrying a clipboard announced. She raised a dog whistle to her lips. She blew into it. It made no sound that I could hear, but the dogs immediately barked louder. "That explains why Memester has been barking all the time," I told myself. "He keeps hearing the dog whistle from the woods." Everything made sense now. Great Aunt Abigail warning me to stay out of the woods. The bright lights. My great aunt saying on the phone that it would be all over tomorrow. I'm sorry," I told the man. "Really, I'm so sorry." I felt like a total jerk. I ran all the way home. Great Aunt Abigail was waiting for me at the back door, her face tight with worry. "Lucy, where did you go? Where have you been? I was about to call the police." I told her how sorry I was, and then the words just burst out of me. "I saw the lights, and Memester was acting so strange, and your skin was green, and you drove so wildly, and the cookies were wrong, and... Great Aunt Abigail wrapped me in a hug and held me till I stopped trembling. When I finally backed away, she was chuckling. "I guess my green minted julep? Is that how that's pronounced? I guess my green minted julep face mask would give anyone the creeps," she declared. I laughed too. "I should have told you about the movie, folks," Great Aunt Abigail said, shaking her head. "But I figured they'd be gone by tomorrow." I started to say something, but she raised a hand to stop me. I have more to explain, she said, frowning. I have a confession to make, Lucy. I lost my glasses just before you arrived, and I've been trying to get along without them. That's why you're driving so wildly, I cried. She nodded. And that's why my cooking may have been a little off. It's so hard to see the ingredients. We hugged each other again and shared a good laugh. I can't believe you thought I was an alien from outer space, Great Aunt Abigail said. You've seen too many movies. Did she ever say anything about aliens to her? You've seen too many movies. She was right. I felt like such a fool. I felt like such a fool. We had some hot chocky. It didn't taste quite right, but I didn't complain. Then I made my way upstairs to go to bed. The night had grown cool, and I love sleeping with the windows open. So I went to the linen closet and got an extra blanket. As I pulled open the door, Great Aunt Abigail's glasses tumbled out. Terrific, I thought. Now she won't have to buy new ones. I picked them up and carried them down to the hall to tell her. Aunt Abigail, I called. The door was open a crack. I pushed it open and stepped inside. She stood with her back to me. Aunt Abigail, look, I found your... My words choked in my throat as she turned to face me, and I saw 4 slimy tentacles waving at her sides. Her skin glowed bright green in the light from the dresser top, and her 3 fat black lips made sucking sounds as she unrolled a long blue tongue. You found my glasses, she croaked, reaching out all 4 tentacles toward me. Thanks, Lucy. Nice meme. Not quite a mind player. Unlucky. So then, what happened to the real Aunt Abigail? Did the real Aunt Abigail become this new bedsheet that she pulled out? What? She got flattened. Okay, I think I'll do one more. Good friends. Jordan and his best friend... Speaking of Peterson... Jordan and his best friend, Dylan, hopped off the bus and walked up Oak Street. Want to ride bikes? Jordan suggested. Yeah, okay, Dylan replied, but I have to do my homework first. Jordan rolled his eyes. Dylan was the only 6th grader he knew who always did his homework the second he got home from school. Jordan dropped his backpack on the front lawn and crossed the street. Can't you do that later? He asked. Dylan kicked a pebble across the sidewalk. No way. My mom will have a cow, he muttered. Jordan sighed and pushed his bangs out of his eyes. Then just tell her you did your homework in school, Dylan. She won't be home for hours. She won't know if you did it or not. Dylan bit his bottom lip. I don't know, Jordan, he said, lowering his voice. What about... He pointed toward his house. Who? Richard? Jordan asked, making a face. Will you forget about him already? Your older brother is a total jerk. Dylan shot a nervous glance toward the house. Shh! He'll hear you. Jordan folded his arms across his chest. So what? He demanded loudly. Everyone knows Richard is a total jerk. Dylan gasped. Come on, Jordan, he pleaded. Be quiet. He'll pound me. Jordan shook his head. He couldn't believe Dylan was so scared of his brother. Richard was 14 and big and strong. But so what? Just forget about him, will you? Jordan said. Come on, let's ride. They rode their bikes around the neighborhood for a while. Then they stopped in Dylan's driveway to shoot some hoops. Dylan kept staring nervously at his brother's bedroom window. "I hope he leaves us alone today," he said to Jordan. "Ever since my mom put him in charge after school, Richard has been worse than ever. He acts like he's the king of the house." "Oh, he's king all right," Jordan snickered. "King of the jerks." Dylan laughed nervously and glanced back up to the window. "Would you forget about him already?" Jordan said. "Come on, let's play. Show me your best slam dunk." What the heck happened there? What? Why are these 2 pages, the top of these 2 pages, all fucked? Whatever. Dylan dribbled the ball on the driveway. He was just about to shoot when the pest came skipping across the street. The pest was Ashley, Jordan's 7-year-old sister. Ashley plopped down on the sidewalk in front of Dylan's house and began playing with her Barbie dolls and talking to herself. "Jacqueline, your hair is long and pretty, like Barbie's," Ashley said. Jordan and Dylan exchanged glances, then cracked up. "Your sister is talking to her imaginary friend again," Dylan said, rolling his eyes. "You're sad," Jordan called out to his sister. "You're really sad." Ashley shot Jordan an angry look. "Shut up, dummy," she screamed at him. "Jacqueline and I think you're sad." "Where is Jacqueline?" Jordan demanded. "How come Dylan and I can't see Jacqueline? How come it looks like you're talking to yourself again?" Ashley ignored her brother. "Don't pay any attention to them, Jacqueline," she said. "They're just acting dumb." Dylan shook his head. "Come on, Jordo," he said softly. "Let's just play." Jordan made a face at his sister, then grabbed the ball and took a jump shot. The ball hit the rim and bounced off. "Ha ha ha!" Ashley burst out laughing. "Did you see that, Jacqueline?" she cried. "Jordan missed an easy one." "Ashley, get lost!" Jordan cried angrily. "And take your imaginary friend with you." Ashley dropped her dolls and ran up to him. "I told you, Jacqueline isn't imaginary," she screamed. "She's real." "Oh yeah?" Jordan shot back. "Then if Jacqueline is real, where is she standing?" "Right here," Ashley replied, pointing to her left. Jordan lobbed the ball at high speed in that direction. "Think fast, Jacqueline," he shouted. Ashley gasped. "No, stop it, you'll hurt her." Jordan laughed and moved closer to his sister. "How come Jacqueline didn't catch the ball?" he teased. Because you threw it too fast," Ashley stammered. "Where is she now?" Jordan demanded. "Let me try it again. This time I'll aim for her head." He and Dylan both laughed. "You leave us alone, I'm telling," Ashley whined. "Come on, Jacqueline, let's go." She turned to leave. "Come on, Jacqueline," Jordan mocked in a whiny voice, trying to imitate his sister. "Shut up, Jordan," Ashley cried. "Shut up, Jordan," Jordan repeated. "Cut it out! Cut it out!" Jordan grabbed the air and pretended to hold somebody. "Hey, look, Ashley, I've got Jacqueline. She's my prisoner." Ashley balled her hands into fists. "Let her go! Let her go!" "Hey, Dylan, bring me that rope from the..." Why is he gonna tie up a ghost girl? What the heck? This seems like a kind of comic I may have read in the past couple of years that are spooky-ish related with Halloween vibes. "Hey, Dylan, grab me that rope from the garage. Let's tie Jacqueline to that tree," Jordan cried, grinning. Ashley screamed, "No, stop! Jordan, let her go!" Jordan kept laughing. "Wait, Maybe Jacqueline would like to help us practice our jump shots. We can hang a net on her head and use her face as a backboard. I'm telling, I really am, Ashley declared. She picked up her dolls and angrily ran down toward the driveway and across the street. Do you see what I had to put up with? Jordan said, shaking his head. Dylan started to answer, but an angry voice interrupted, shouting from the window above them. Hey, loser! Jordan and Dylan raised their eyes to the upstairs window. Dylan's brother, Richard, stuck his head out. Dylan, did you do your homework yet? He called down. You'd better have it finished, or I'm telling Mom. Dylan nervously rolled the ball between his hands. Just ignore him, Jordan whispered. Dylan lifted the ball and tossed it up to the net. The ball missed the backboard completely. Richard burst out laughing. You really are a loser, Dylan. I could make that shot blindfolded. Who taught you how to play? Did your best friend Jordan teach you how to shoot like that? Jordan's face grew red. He opened his mouth to say something nasty, but Dylan's eyes pleaded with him not to. Please, Jordan, Dylan begged in a whisper. Just ignore him, please. What did you say? Richard shouted down from the window. Are you talking to me, loser? Dylan cleared his throat. No, just leave me alone. I did my homework already. So just leave me alone. Richard shook his head. Try shooting with both hands, he called down. Then he slammed the window shut with a loud thud. Dylan hugged the ball tightly to his chest. His face was white. He thinks he's so great, he muttered, his voice trembling. What a jerk, Jordan exclaimed. Why do you let him boss you around like that? Dylan shrugged. Because he can beat me up, he admitted. Well, if he were my brother, I'd tie him to his bed at night and tape his mouth shut, Jordan said seriously. Dylan laughed. You always have the best ideas, Jordan. What are good friends for? Jordan replied. I don't know if the default of tying people to a bed or a tree is necessarily what I would call the best idea. It just seems like the same idea over and over again. Something tells me this kid's gonna grow up to be a rope guy, shall we call him? Later, Dylan sat at his desk, slumped over his math book. I've got it, Jordan cried suddenly, startling him. You've got what? Dylan asked. The perfect trick to play on Ashley, Jordan announced with a mischievous grin. Dylan smiled and lowered his pencil. What is it? He asked eagerly. Your tricks are always the coolest. Whoa, so cool. Thanks, Jordan replied proudly. Okay, here it is. You know how scared Ashley is of Axel and Foley, right? Dylan nodded. Yeah, I don't like Richard's pet tarantulas much either. Well, Jordan continued, grinning, what if Axel and Foley somehow got loose? Dylan's eyes widened. I don't know. Oh, come on, Jordan insisted. Ashley would freak. I'll run up to her and scream, The spiders are loose! The spiders are loose! Run for your life! Then, when Ashley runs out screaming, I'll tell her that I saw Axel swallow Jacqueline up whole. Well, Dylan hesitated. His friend's plans always scared him a little. Dylan, come on. It's perfect. Look at her. Jordan pointed out the bedroom window. My dopey sister is playing catch with her invisible friend right there in front of the yard for everyone to see. Dylan peered out the window. She does look pretty stupid, he admitted. Okay, so let's sneak into Richard's room and... Jordan, I don't know if that's such a good idea, Dylan said. Richard will pound me for sure if we touch the spiders. Oh, stop worrying so much, Jordan replied impatiently. He'll never know. He's down in the den right now watching television. We'll be real quiet, no problem. Dylan peered out the window again and watched Ashley playing catch with her imaginary friend. Okay, let's do it, he agreed. Jordan led the way to Richard's room. They crept inside and made their way to the tarantula tank. Go ahead, Jordan urged, whispering. Pick them up, hurry. Dylan picked up the 2 tarantulas, one in each hand. They felt warm and hairy. They kind of tickled. Tiptoeing silently, they made their way downstairs, sneaking past Richard in the den. Jordan pushed open the front door. They crept down the front steps and onto the driveway. This is going to be awesome, Jordan whispered as they crept up behind Ashley. Dylan held the tarantulas high above his head. Ashley didn't hear them coming. She was laughing, calling to her invisible friend. Nice throw, Jacqueline. They tiptoed closer until they were right behind her. One more step and... Dylan! A voice roared from the porch. Jordan and Dylan whirled around. It's Richard! Dylan grasped. Why do I keep saying grasped? It's Richard! Dylan gasped in horror. Jordan saw his friend's face go white. Richard moved toward them quickly, glaring furiously at Dylan. What are you doing out here with my tarantulas? Richard demanded. Well, Dylan stammered. I know what you're doing, Richard accused angrily. You're playing with Jordan and Ashley again, aren't you? Dylan stumbled backward as Richard moved closer. Well, do you know what an embarrassment you are? Richard cried. You're just such a weird kid, always playing by yourself and talking to yourself. But, Dylan sputtered. Richard took the tarantula from Dylan's hand. Dylan, you're too old for imaginary friends, Richard said. Forget about Jordan and Ashley, okay? They don't exist. They're just in your mind. Imaginary friends are for babies. Wow, he was the crazy one all along. That one's pretty nice. It did feel a little too convoluted with all the characters. There's Richard, Dylan, and then the other pair of siblings, Jordan and Ashley, and then she had an imaginary friend. I don't know if I would have preferred it with just... I mean, I guess this is the best way to have written this story. I don't know. Because you do need another character with an imaginary friend to sell this one, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. But okay, I think we'll leave it there for Goosebumps for now. I don't know if I want to keep going. I kind of do, with some art and just chilling. But I do feel kind of tired. And I did only sleep a couple of hours, so... So yeah, I think I'll call it here, actually. I did kind of want to do some more pro-America stuff. Okay, I'll do one pro-America thingy because I've had this article that I needed to get through for a while. Let me see, where'd it go? One thing I need to do is I want to write to senators. And so I'm going to build up a list of senators for my state. Senators and representatives. And then I would hopefully have other people chip in for their states. So we can have a huge list here of understanding our representatives and how to write to them, how to get them to best stand up against authoritarianism. Okay, so I got this article September 22nd. This was published June 25th. Okay. This is an opinion piece from Clay Wirestone for Kansas Reflector. U.S. Senator Jerry Moran needs to hold a Kansas town hall and stand up for Medicaid, not later today. It's all come down to this. The U.S. Senate will vote soon on a gargantuan tax and spending package that will rip healthcare coverage from thousands of Kansans and put our rural hospitals at grave risk of closure. The numbers boggle the mind. Kansas will lose $4 billion in Medicaid funding, money that goes to cover low-income families. Some 13,000 residents will lose their coverage as lawmakers try to secure massive tax cuts for the wealthiest among us. Among us? Patches. The native Kansan Patches is here to show her support. It's a baby. It's a baby Patches. The wealthiest try to secure massive tax cuts for the wealthiest among us. So now's the time for U.S. Senator Jerry Moran, the Kansas Republican stalwart, to step up and say publicly what he's apparently been saying privately. So I think this is one of the big issues here as well. I don't know enough yet about this senator, but I did read this part here when I was doing my preliminary research, that apparently he's saying things privately that he doesn't say publicly. And that's why here in one of my goals for my Pro-America initiative, I have in DC, one of our objectives should be to successfully embolden representatives to unite and publicly oppose anti-American speech and actions by public officials, be they elected, appointed, federal, state, or local, rather than whispering it behind closed doors. Because it is frustrating for people to claim to be representing the people of their state, but they don't do so on the Senate floor, and they do so privately in private conversations with other senators or maybe just their aides, and in public they don't do that, which is stupid, because the best way to combat the current authoritarianism that's been seeping through is to unite proudly and loudly. And so I think one of the goals should be to embolden our representatives so that they don't have to hide behind closed doors to say these kinds of things. That Medicaid is important and it should be defended, and he should be able to say that publicly without fear. But the cult of the red hat is known for breaking down people's confidence and support and reputation, because his loyalists will do whatever they can in their power to take away their funding and their support. So that's a big issue that I see. Morin needs to come to Kansas now, today, if he can manage it, to hold a town hall meeting. Anywhere will do, although a population center like Topeka would allow more people to attend. He needs to invite every reporter from the Midwest, and he needs to make it clear for all to hear that he supports poor Kansans and vital health care services. Do it today. Don't do it someday, Senator. Don't assume your behind-the-scenes murmurs will make the difference. That's a great line here. Let me copy this. I think I want to highlight this from this article, as well as now's the time for him to step up publicly. This is an opinion piece, unlike these other ones, which were more just a straight up report. I don't like this story here from February 25th, where a woman named Gracie Hill was constantly reaching out to his office to try to get a town hall or even just some kind of response from Senator Moran regarding Doge and Musk doing all of their stupid cuts and firing people and strong arming a bunch of agencies. And Senator Moran did nothing about that. And so she held a virtual town hall online. A bunch of people showed up to speak up about their concerns and stuff, but Senator Moran did not appear. And after the fact, his office did not comment on this meeting. So I find that incredibly frustrating and infuriating and stupid. And that's not what you should be doing as a senator and as a senator of my state. Even though you are not of my party, even though I did not vote for you, I do have the power to vote in the next election. So I will write about this sort of behavior to him. And that is my power as an American citizen, as a resident and constituent of Kansas. And I think collecting stuff like this is important for what we're trying to achieve here as individuals and as people who are against authoritarianism and fascism and people who are in favor of the system of government that we have and who wish to work with it to achieve positive ends and positive goals. Stand up now and make some noise. Stand up and make some noise now. I won't be asking Moran to do this if it didn't seem like, at some level, he wanted to. I wrote Monday about reports from Politico and The Hill that he had, quote, raised concerns and, quote, drawn public red lines, interesting, with other senators concerned about cuts. I'm counting out U.S. Senator Roger Marshall and our other Republican in D.C. He's been telling would-be doctors that they should toughen up and work their way through medical school without loans, as they say in the South. Bless his heart. But there's more. Punchbowl News reported that at a Senate confab Monday, quote, Senator Jerry Moran, who has stayed relatively quiet in public, also spoke up, saying the provider tax language is bad for his state. He even gave a modest quote to The Hill on Monday saying, quote, I still have concerns about a few provisions in the bill. I am not satisfied yet. Anyone with the vaguest sense of modern politics understands why Moran has laid low. There's little benefit to speaking out loudly when it comes to President Donald Trump's big beautiful bill. The administration prefers private, closed-door negotiations. Trump and his staff have made clear their disdain for outspoken voices such as Representative Thomas Massie, the Kentucky Republican. Voting with the president most of the time doesn't count. Public fealty counts more. And so I think this is one of the bigger reasons why. I mean, it's stupid because your loyalty should be to the American people, to the American Constitution, and to your constituents. And the game of politics is to build a coalition, to work together with others, to cooperate, and to compromise. I don't think anyone should be compromising with this president. And so the fact that this was back in June, I hope now he's seeing that things have gotten worse if we don't unite against a demagogue with a bunch of loyalists. So, nevertheless, Moran has earned political capital over his decade plus as a senator. Romping to his third-term victory in 2022, he has refrained from social media fireworks and other grandstanding. He's widely respected across Kansas and has made a point of charting a sensible course. He has little to lose by speaking to Kansans. Sure, I understand why he might have avoided February's virtual town hall. That's this one about the Doge stuff. held during the height of Elon Musk's reign of terror at the Department of Government Efficiency. Musk has vacated the premises, though, and I think that Kansans of every political stripe would welcome Moran's voice. Readers sometimes misunderstand this, but I don't give a flying fig about the letter that comes after a politician's name. Based. He or she can be a Democrat, Republican, Independent, or a member of the Prohibition Party. I care about what that politician does. I care whether she or he helps the people in our state and nation who need help. If Jerry Moran wants to step forward and do that, good for him. Good for us. Kansans depend on Medicaid. They depend on rural hospitals. Moran understands this and, from all appearances, has been fighting for both. He should actually articulate these principles now, publicly and unashamedly. He might be surprised by the support he gets. I do agree here. However, I think part of the reason or part of the problem is we need overwhelming public support, because the hammer of MAGA that is over basically every politician's head feels much stronger. So I think that's why it's also beneficial to try to peel away support from MAGA. Peel away potential voters, get them to speak loudly against MAGA, and the polls should reflect that. Speaking of polls, when Trump said that he might be okay with was it NATO or Ukraine in taking down Russian drones? I think that came after MAGA support dropped heavily. What are Trump's latest polling numbers regarding favorability? What were the numbers prior to his statement regarding NATO, or potentially helping, or I guess aiding NATO/Ukraine and defending their airspace from Russian drones? Is it possible and or likely that Trump finally made such a statement due to polling numbers? And then is this at the time when Trump was quoted as having said being friendly with Putin was a waste of time, or something like that? Please cite all sources, then double check your sources and statements, then triple check, then quadruple check. To answer the questions, Trump's latest favorability polling numbers. What were his numbers prior to the statement about potentially aiding NATO Ukraine? Trump recently made a notable statement supporting Ukraine's ability to win the war against Russia, citing Russia's weakening economy and inability to defeat Ukraine. He also endorsed continued U.S. support through NATO, weapons sales to Ukraine, Web 2. I think that means the second. I've never seen this before. His statement urging NATO countries to shoot down Russian aircraft entering their airspace was reported around late September 2025. 2. Polling data prior to the statements shows a shift in support among Trump voters regarding aid to Ukraine. In early 2025, approximately 36% of Trump supporters supported continued U.S. military aid to Ukraine, A poll from mid-July 2025 showed 49% support initially, rising to 65% when the decision to provide aid was attributed directly to Trump. This indicates a rise in support for aiding Ukraine among his base as Trump's stance has evolved. Trump's approval rating was 37% on August 2025, a low point in his second term with declining support from independents. Based regarding the exact timing and whether Trump's statement to aid NATO Ukraine was due to polling numbers, sources suggest his change in stance aligns with increasing polling support from his voters for military aid. Okay, so based off polling numbers for support for Ukraine, not based off polling numbers for his favorability declining, is what that seems to suggest. This suggests possible influence of polling on his policy position, which makes sense because he's a populist. He goes by the numbers. Oh my goodness, this thing fucking hella broke. I've never seen this before. There is no direct quote found precisely matching. Quote, being friendly with Putin was a waste of time. But Trump's tone has shifted from sometimes favoring engagement with Putin to criticizing Putin's war actions and supporting Ukraine's defense. What the? I broke it. Look. It's telling me what it's going to do. Now I will cross-check specific polling numbers ahead of his statement about NATO. I've never seen the LLM do this. What the heck? Next, I will search for Trump favorability. Oh my goodness. I broke the LLM's mind by asking it to check its sources 4 times. Roger Wicker. Trump Russia's statement. Where's the polling data? Gallup. Gallup from July 24th, 2025. Independents drive Trump's approval to 37%. Second term low. Oh my goodness. Republicans 90%, 91% in January of 2025. 89% in July. Wow. Fascinating. US adults 47% down to 37% from January to July. Independents from 46 down to 29%. And then Democrats 6 to 2%. Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh, okay. Before I have one more. Should I save it for next time? I'll save it for next time. There's another like a quiz thingy that I want to do that I found. Okay, so I think I need to check out this guy, Clay Wirestone. From the Kansas Reflector. This guy seems to follow the senators pretty closely. Which I think is definitely one of the biggest things local people interested in local politics, or at least their representatives, can do, rather than going to the national papers. Kansas's Roger Marshall spreads the toxic infection of vaccine skepticism on national TV. Nice. That's my other senator. Yes, please. Please bring back the measles and the goosebumps. Let me read this one. I don't have the other guide yet. This was September 10th, 2025. Kansas's Roger Marshall spreads the toxic infection of vaccine skepticism on national TV. 76 jabs! On Sunday, Roger Marshall had his coming out party on national TV as an anti-vaccine crank. He might come out in more ways than one. He is Republican after all. So, they are known to do that. They are in the closet voting for and speaking negatively toward the gays until they become the gay. Although they have always been the gay. Of course, the Republican U.S. Senator from Kansas denies that he's anything of the sort. Like all MAGA, they reject or they deny what they are. They fear reality. But his lengthy interview on Face the Nation should appall anyone who cares about public health. He told host Margaret Brennan that certain vaccines weren't needed in certain cases, that other vaccines had been overhyped, and that everyone just needs to stop worrying so much about COVID-19. Marshall has tossed moms and babies overboard in his eagerness to appease anti-science conspiracy mongers. His capitulation to wingnuttery would be hilarious if it weren't so deeply dangerous. But let's look at the interview. Let's examine his statements and really think about them. Thankfully, CBS posted a complete transcript so we can hang on every syllable. Not that I would recommend it. Marshall. Quote, in my humble opinion, not every person needs every vaccine, and I don't think there's many children out there that need 76 jabs by the time they're old enough to vote. That seems actually quite reasonable to me. 76 jabs by 18 seems... I mean, we're not going to turn them into Spartans like in Halo, so they're not going to get that many jabs. I do wonder, though, what is the possibility? Go back here. Let's do how or what the percentage of the population would need to be vaccinated in order to provide herd immunity for the dangerous diseases that for which we inject children from childhood to adulthood. Would different, I'm assuming they do, with different diseases. With different diseases that have different rates of I guess the different vaccination rates to prevent as many, I guess I'll say as much suffering as possible. Please cite and check all your sources, and then we'll have him check 5 times. before submitting an answer. Yes, different diseases require different vaccination rates to achieve herd immunity, mainly due to differences in how contagious each disease is, as expected. The percentage of the population that must be immunized depends on each disease's basic reproduction number, which quantifies how many people, on average, an infected person will spread the disease to in a totally susceptible population. So here's the math. Measles need a typical herd immunity of 92 to 95%, with a recommended vaccination coverage of 95% from the World Health Organization. Polio needs 80 to 86%. Pertussis, 92 to 94. Mumps, 90 to 92. Rubella, 83 to 86. And the COOF, 50 to 85. And it says the COOF thresholds are highly dependent on circulating variants and vaccine effectiveness. Herd immunity may require especially high coverage, sometimes 90% plus, due to highly transmittable variants. Key points: measles is among the most contagious, typically requiring 95% or greater. To minimize suffering and outbreaks for common childhood and adolescent diseases. Yeah, basically just list these numbers again. So, yeah, obviously in theory it'd be best if everybody were vaccinated. To say that, where do you say it? Certain vaccines weren't needed in certain cases, that other vaccines have been overhyped. In my humble opinion, not every person needs every vaccine. I mean, yeah, that's technically true because 95% is less than 100%. So yes, technically, not everyone needs every vaccine, but clearly it is to our best benefit to vaccinate as many people and probably to vaccinate everyone if possible. So it does seem quite silly if the World Health Organization's data there is accurate, that this seems like a very worrying mentality and mindset to have. There's no... I don't think there's many children out there that need 76 jabs by the time they're old enough to vote. Note the word used here. Jabs. That's an aggressive, painful word. He doesn't use inoculations or even vaccinations. No, he says jabs. Why? What is he trying to convey? Marshall also emphasizes the number 76. That sounds big and scary and unacceptable. Fit for a protest sign. In reality, vaccines are given in multiple doses to maximize immune response. You can see the CDC vaccination chart below. It's not secret. There are vaccines against 19 illnesses listed, including flu shots and a couple based on individual circumstances. The only reason to use that number is for Marshall to curry favor with folks who reject the astonishing advancements of modern science. Yes, like the guy who's heading the health department in the US right now. Yep, that would include Health and Human Services Secretary RFK, who apparently rejects the germ theory of disease. He should live by what he speaks. He should go throughout life without ever washing his hands, if he believes in that so strongly. Has Marshall joined the Secretary in his skepticism? Has he thrown off the tyranny of germ-focused medicine to focus on battling spirits of illness instead? But we need to press forward. Marshall on the hepatitis B vaccine, which is given to newborns. Quote, if that mom has a negative hepatitis test, she's in a stable, monogamous relationship. She's not doing IV drugs. She's not letting her baby play in a sandbox full of used needles. Then there's zero chance that that baby is going to have hepatitis. Now, there's other moms that, in order for and or other babies that do need it. Okay, we need to be more specific. We can't be overly prescriptive. If that mom had not had prenatal care, if she's an IV drug abuser, if she's not in a stable relationship, a whole lot of reasons, but we need to pick and choose. Not every baby needs hepatitis vaccine, and especially on day number 1. What are these vaccines doing to mess with the immune systems of that particular baby as well? I'll turn to fellow Republican Senator Bill Cassidy of Louisiana. He's a physician. He posted, quote, "Not all mothers have prenatal care. Some get infected between testing in the first trimester and delivery. In some cases, the test is overlooked. If a child is infected at birth, they have a 95% chance of becoming chronically infected unless they get 1 dose of the hepatitis B vaccine. If they do, they have less than a 5% chance of being chronically infected." The vaccine is safe as proven by study after study. MAHA starts with preventing vaccine-preventable diseases. That's true. To understand the moral imperative here, we need to step back. Most illnesses don't permanently harm people, but most smokers don't die of lung cancer either. Vaccines and common health issues that when exceptions happen, you and your family and loved ones will be protected. If only 1 person in 1,000 dies from a preventable illness, we still have 330 million people in the United States and 3 million in Kansas. Okay, well, I think I've got plenty from this article. What's the title? What the heck? Kansas reflector. Title. And fuck. And where's the link? Link. Fuck, where'd it go? Oh. Let's say he is anti-vaxxer rhetoric. That's important to know. Okay, well, I'll read the rest of this later, but for now, I'll end it here. I have been thinking a bit about how to further refine and improve on the vision board here, but I'm too tired. I gotta do that later, so that's it for now. It's a patches to scratches. Look, it's the little baby. It's the little baby kitty. It's the little tiny baby. Okay, thanks for watching, thanks for chilling. Go like have fun, don't die, don't be stupid. Have fun. Try not to swallow your tongue, try not to suck your own dick, and as always, I will see you next time. Bye-bye.